feel like I forgot to do something. Please no egg. That's the other streamer. You should have your own cruise, but you don't even show up. Maybe I could do that. How's it going, Mayo? Joe, you heard of the NL Super Cruise yet? Chat was talking about it yesterday. I still don't know if it's a joke or not. They seem to be pretty keen that it was real. I didn't see any like articles about it or headlines, so maybe it's just in our community they're talking about it. NL just really loves going on cruises, I guess. I was in a random Slay the Spire 2 streamers chat and they were talking about it too. Well, there's a lot of crossover because NL likes pick 3 slap, so that makes sense, right? Joel, you'd be my +1 Super Cruise? Yeah, sure, why not? I'm getting grumpy with Slay the Spire 2. I beat my first Ascension 10 run today. I think it took me 4 tries as the Necro Binder. I'm on Ascension 4 of Ironclad. I'm on Ascension 3 on everyone else. I mean, like, I just feel like it's completely fucking random if you get a run going. It's such a disheartening experience to just either not get the cards that you need, pick a route, and then just there's so much cascading randomness that can build up. Whereas like you pick a route and then you get a bad fight, and then you get bad cards, and then in the fight you also get a bad draw. Like the amount of times that I've had a deck that is really well balanced. Like Necrobinder has like so many great defensive cards. And I'm going in there with like a relic that gives me 3 souls that are in my deck. I have 2 copies of Defy, both upgraded. 2 copies of Grave Warden, a copy of Delay. I have like all 5 of my defense cards still defends. I like so much defense stuff. Like right, all this card draw, a pretty lean deck too, only sitting around like maybe 23, 24 cards, which isn't, you know, super lean, but it's still not that big. And just like for the first 3 whole turns, just be like, nope, you're just drawing no draw cards, and you're also drawing no fucking defense cards. Like what the fuck am I supposed to do? That's big? It's not big. I would say anything above 30 cards is a big deck. I would say anywhere between low 20s is like lean. Anything below 20 is like really slim. It's hard to get below 10 cards. Anything above 20 is too big IMO. I actually agree with you, but in terms of how the game is structured, you know, I wouldn't still call it a big deck. I think the thinner the deck, the better. You're definitely never going to win every run, but basically everyone is winnable. Yeah, but is every run winnable in the sense that if you had perfect information, you could do it? Because in my opinion, that doesn't count as winnable. What it should be is that you can pick reasonable decisions and pick reasonable cards and make reasonable decisions based on the information that you're getting, and you should be able to win. And if you can't, then there's something fucked up. Do you save scum fights? I have save scum a couple of fights in order to learn to see, is there anything I could have done? And sometimes I have to play in outrageous ways to win a fight. Just like I just have to know that the draw order means that I have to draw a card when I shouldn't, or spend mana at some point in order to make it so that on like 4 turns from now I'll be able to draw an extra card, and that'll give me something to keep going. I disagree with that. The game is too easy. I don't know, man. Like, I don't want to sound condescending, but like, how do you like not respect your time then? Like, why are you content to play a game that is just going to be like, yeah, you know, you're making reasonable decisions, but you just still can't win. You're just wasting your time. I don't mind. I guess, yeah, if you don't mind losing, then that's all right. But I do mind losing because I feel like it's not fun. Such is the nature of roguelikes? No, such is the nature of roguelikes that aren't entirely skill-based. There is skill in Slay the Spire, obviously. There's a whole side of the game that I don't know about, that I don't want to learn about because it's just obnoxious to me. Which is like, in the realm of like, oh, after 3 hallway fights, now you're in the hard hallway fight pool. So make sure that, you know, before you fight your elite or get it, you do the 2 hallway fights and then get question marks so you can get further up and get more reason. And also, this is the turn cycles that all the enemies do. And then they on turn 4, this enemy always does this. I just absolutely fucking not. No fucking way. Like, so if you do that and you base all decisions around that, then sure. But fucking hell, man. It was proven that the Shadow of Doubt that there are absolutely unwinnable seeds in Slay the Spire 1, so I expect there's such seeds in Slay the Spire 2. Is it really? I think that overall, Slay the Spire 2 is actually easier than Slay the Spire 1, but I think it's harder in Act 1 compared to Slay the Spire 1. I feel like the difficulty is front-loaded hard in Slay the Spire 2. I feel like Act 2 is... Act 2 in Slay the Spire 1 was really difficult. I feel like Act 2 in Slay the Spire 2 is actually the easiest of the acts. I would say Act 1 is the hardest, then Act 3, then Act 2. Act 1 is so unbelievably overtuned right now. The amount of times that I just go into a fight and it's just like, hey, it's like the 3rd fight that you're doing, and turn 1, you're being dealt like fucking like 17 damage. It's like, okay, what did I have? I had a fight as the Ironclad where it was Act 1 fight. It was the 7th fight, 6th fight or something, and it was the Rick and Morty Wurmple Wampus fight that keeps buffing its own strength, and one of those bugs that shrinks you. They had 40 health and 50 health respectively, something like that, and just like I took like 60 damage in this fight. Like just the sheer amount of just like synergy that these two had together, of like lowering the amount of damage that you can pump out while also needing to burst one of them down, is just like like what is the design here, guys? Like, what the fuck are we doing? Holy shit. Snakebite would have helped there, yeah. I would say the biggest mistake Slay the Spire 2 has right now that don't make sense to me is that some of the hallway fights could be harder than the elites. Some of the relics that you get are either just complete like undertuned pieces of shit, or just actually just not for your build or whatever. Like, they're just absolutely useless. right? Like I don't know why that's allowed. I think relics should probably be either all relics need to have some sort of like intrinsic power to them, or it needs to be turned into every time you get a relic, it's a pick 2 relic, just something like that. Some elites in Act 3 are harder than the last boss. The Goblin is just crazy. If you like having 2 turns to like buff itself and then flood your hand with all those burns, and then following that up with like a bunch of shield and 40 damage. Just, oh my god. The 3 knights, if you don't have the right draw order on the 3 knights, you're just dead. You burn your whole deck away actually, which is really, really upsetting. I don't know. Wait, Goblin's normally... No, Goblin is an elite. I like the 3 knights. I like most of the elite fights too. I think they're really interesting in their design. I just think that... Oh, sorry. I need to be clear. I think that most of the fights in the game, in terms of the mechanics and the systems they have, the ebb and flow of the fights, is actually really interesting. I also love, like, my favorite thing about Slay the Spire 2 is just how many interesting modifiers that they have. Instead of just being like, oh, at the end of it you just get a relic that gives you more energy, like, no, there's so many like cool tweaks that you can do, like upgrading your starting relic, upgrading one of your starting cards. Like I think I got one today that was Ironclad's Bash turns into like Super Bash that does like 7 stacks of vulnerable and does like 20 damage now instead of 7, you know, that sort of thing. I think it's really cool that they have so many different variables that they're tweaking like that, instead of just like, hey, just get a card that does more damage, you know what I mean? Like it's really interesting they did that. I think just numbers need to be tweaked. I think that there's a lot of things in Act 1 that just straight up just need to do less damage. I think that maybe Ironclad needs another starting card. I don't understand why Silent starting is just amazing. Like having extra cards on draw 1 is just fucking fantastic. And then also gets Neutralize, and Neutralize is just a great fucking card. And what's the other one that she gets? She gets another one too. Survivor, yeah, Survivor. Like I don't know why Silent kind of has like 2 cards built in that are fantastic. Meanwhile, Ironclad's Bash is just not that great. Like it's okay, but it's just not that great. And that's it. That's all Ironclad has. Now Ironclad does have like, I gain back 6 health after every single battle, but Ironclad also has a bunch of fucking self-harming moves that are balanced around that. I tried to make it's a card that sets yourself on fire, and at the beginning of every single turn you do 1 damage to yourself and you do 6 damage, upgraded this 9 damage to all the enemies on the field. I tried to make that work today, and it's just too much damage. Like because you're gonna take chip damage throughout the whole entire fight, and you have so many different cards that like bloodletting that do damage to yourself. You are eventually just gonna run out of steam, unfortunately. It's a cool idea, and it has some cool synergy. Like the one that makes it so you gain strength whenever you do damage to yourself, plus that one is kind of like a cheap version of demon form. So I liked it, but it just was so much self damage. I was running out of steam. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, I'm sorry, we're talking about that. I'm really, really tired, by the way, so I thought I could yap and wake up a little bit. It might be a shorter stream today. If I can, I don't sure if I can do the reading or not, but we'll see. Any turn-based effects I find are too slow unless they proc after another effect, like end of turn doom triggering debuff triggers. It depends on if you have enough survivability, but yes, a lot of the cards are way too slow, especially when there are just so many fights that start off with like even the flying guy that steals your card at the beginning of Act 2, like turn 1, he's just dealing 17 damage to you. It's like what are we doing? Like compared to some of the guys in Act 3, like that, like it's the numbers are so close together despite being so far away in terms of the progression of the game. Okay, we saw this yesterday, right? But sometimes I can just kill them on turn 1, so it's just how hard, easy or hard some guys can be. Well, that's where it comes to the RNG that's irritating to me. Because I've also killed them on turn 1. Like, sometimes you just get the god build. It's a nightmare to balance. I think it's already balanced quite well, considering all the different factors that they have. Just, it's still just kind of frustrating. So this is the highest court in Great Britain, the Old Bailey. The centuries of history in this place is palpable, isn't it? It's so different to the Supreme Court in Japan. It feels both imposing and serene at the same time. The atmosphere almost makes words redundant. Can I move up and down? Yeah, I can. Okay, so if I click off, I can use my mouse wheel in order to scroll things on the second monitor. When we first streamed the game, whenever I moved the mouse wheel, it would make dialogue happen, so... Stream 4, did I miss Stream 3? Stream 1 was the tutorial trial, and then part 2 of the tutorial trial, which went into the cruise at the end, and then Stream 3 was yesterday, which was the Herlock Shlomes on the boat conclusion. So we did that. Have you seen the Bloodborne movie announcement? No, I didn't know. I saw that the Zelda movie finished filming. I didn't even know that they had like released the cast list and stuff like that for that. I had no idea that was that far along. Hey Joe, a bus hit me on my bike today, so I went to a police station to report it in and ended up interrogating a thieving suspect as an interpreter. What? When is Pathologic 2? Maybe next week, I don't know. That sounds like you're having a day. Thank you, Margarita Patatine, for the new sub that came in at the end of last stream. I said thank you then, I'll say thank you again now, just in case the raid went through and people were gone. Thank you to Mark326 for gifting a sub to Jomspot. Thank you, Now I See, for the resub 2 with 9 months, with the message, why don't you start us out with the lyric after This Kitty Wants Her Cream in Guillotina by Ridiculon today, Tomsif? That song is quite sexually charged, yeah. Can be a little hard to listen to sometimes, yeah. It does sound pretty cool though. Thank you, Lucy Goosey 3 for the 3 months. Decide to subscribe for the Great Ace. It's a Mugenic song chat. For the Great Ace Attorney streams since they've been so fun. Glad to be a member of the Rub-a-Dub Sub Club. Full stream ahead. Thank you for taking the plunge. I'm playing Crosscode on your recommendation. It's great, but it's hard not to dodge block some attacks. So hard to dodge block some attacks when there's more than 3 enemies. Lol. Yeah, I think I used a lot of projectiles in that game, which is not like me. Usually I'm a melee player. But yeah, shooting in that game was fun. Thank you, Vanny227, for the 64 months as well. I can hear a noise. Oh, it's the washing machine. Okay. Thank you, Vanny. Thank you, Chrisrin, for the 24 months. 2 years. So excited for Sexy Vampire Prosecutor today. Me too, actually. Let me get him on the screen, and then I'll say thank you to the rest of the people on the list. I think I can get ahead of it today. I'm almost at the top already. Let's see. Whatever the country, determining a person's guilt or innocence is always a solemn affair. So we read this yesterday, so we're just going to go through it. So Vaughn whatever is going to be back on the screen. May I say something, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh yes. What? Your eyes look ready to pop out of your head again. I know, but I just can't help it. He's back. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. We are here today to determine the guilt or innocence of Ebenezer Scrooge, Mr. Magnus McGilded. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is fully prepared. Does he have a scar across his nose like Squall? That must be the Reaper of the Bailey. He really does look fully prepared to dispatch his next poor victim to the underworld. Counsel for the defense, you appear to be Eastern. Do you speak English? Huh? Oh, yes, of course. Sorry. Oh, he has the sword with him. But he asked if the defense was ready, and I couldn't be further from ready if I tried. Those eyes please me. Is it Nipponese? Nipponese? I don't know how to say this word. Does it help if we tell you that Van Zeeks is 192 centimeters or 6'4"? He's 6'4"? Oh shit! Okay, so definitely the kind of husbando that I want to be rather than have. Okay, cool. They shroud your fear, your doubt, your trepidation. Oh, he needs a cool voice. I don't think I can do a cool voice. Alright, here he is. Everyone's wife. Ombre. Do Mickey voice? I can't do a Mickey voice. Thank you to Dewey Do. Hopefully, somewhere there. Thank you for the new sub. Welcome, welcome. Thank you, Patience, for the 53 months. Hello, Mr. 40 years and 5 months old streamer. Almost halfway to 41 already. Time flies. Thank you so much. I don't know what I did to you, but thank you so much. Yeah. Thank you, Toe of a Fire? Toa Fire, one of those, for the 15 months. Just caught up on the Life is Strange reunion VODs and can't believe how much it collapsed in the last stream. Yep. You redoing choices gave me hope the ending was still a while away somehow. Yep. 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 Very, very disappointing. I don't want to talk about spoilers, but yeah, extremely disappointing. Yep. Thank you, Etolrak Uwu, for gifting us up blindly to the community. Thank you, Tasteless Foe, for the 4 months. Joe, the NL Super Cruise is real, I promise. Oh, we're going to be talking about this until it's over? I guess the NL knows what he's doing, considering all the buzz it's created, huh? Thank you, Eltarak Uwu, for the bits following up too. I got a raise at my work today. Here's some bits and a gift sub to celebrate. Oh, thank you very much. McDonald's money. Get some french fries. Thank you very much. Thank you, Verdox5, for the 33 months for those who sub after. Behind on VODs, but was curious if you close the lid when you flush. Thanks, Bay. I do, but that's only because I live with a dog that has, like, full roam of the 1 floor of the apartment. Yeah, I always keep the lid closed. Yeah, he has never drank from the toilet. I don't think that he would, but I've never risked it. I just keep the toilet closed all the time, just in case. I don't want the dog to be doing that. Thank you, Mr. Silverstrike, for the 46 months. Sun's up, another month goes by. Look at time fly. Excited to see your reaction on today's epic Prosecutor, man. I really like him. He's very attractive. Let's put it that way. He's pretty cool. I hope that he's going to be like solemn and serious and you know, really cool the whole time. Thank you, Sigma Vash, for the 60 months. Utopia, for some reason that specific line really stuck with me. Utopia. Anyways, thanks for offering entertainment in a period of my life that's pretty hectic. I have a 2-week trip to Spain next month, so it'll be hard to watch during that time. Wish me luck and much love to the streamer. I hope you enjoy Spain. I've been to Spain. I enjoyed Spain. I was a kid when I went to Spain though, so like I probably doesn't count. You know, trips you take as a kid are different. Hope you enjoy it. It was very hot when I was there. Holy shit. Thank you, Pepsi Addict, for the 15 months? No, 43 months. A tier 3 as well. Joe, can we expect to see you on the NL cruise? No, you cannot expect me to see me on... You cannot expect to see me on the NL cruise, sorry. I have never gone on vacation as an adult. Couldn't afford it for most of my adult life, and then been too busy to have a vacation, either with you know, platform stuff or with being a dad to 4 kids. So yeah, and taking 4 kids on vacation when the youngest is 4, almost 5 is no thank you. But maybe one day. But if I'm gonna go on vacation, it's definitely, the first vacation as an adult is definitely not going to be to the NL cruise. Thank you, Henry, for the 37 months. Great Ace Attorney streams. If only I could not keep falling asleep to them. Yeah, I can see reading a story and, you know, some of the vibes being sleep-inducing. I'm perking up a bit, but I've been awake since 2:30. I went to bed almost right after stream yesterday. I fell asleep, I think, an hour and a half later, and then I woke up at 10:30 my time, entirely convinced that I had been asleep for days, like comatose. Like it felt like I had been asleep for days. At the very least, I thought I had slept until morning, and I had overslept, and I was panicked, and I had only been asleep for like 30 minutes or whatever. I was so fucking upset. I don't even know how it's possible to feel like so much more time has passed than actually has passed when you're asleep. I don't get it. Thank you, Hentel Gazi, for the 8 months. Wait, this isn't Pathology 2. Pathology 2 might be next Tuesday. And then it'll be Saturdays after that. I think we might do it next Tuesday. We'll see. And the last set on my list is Milisfera with 38 months. Here for my waifu, Vampire Prosecutor, and my other waifu, Joe. Waifu Joe? Thank you very much, Milisfera. Thank you, Rep Near, for the 29. Sup, Joe. Awesome news came out as a gender to my family the other day. And although I wasn't able to talk through it with them as well as I'd hoped, and as I was super flustered, it actually went pretty well. Oh, that's good. I don't have any reference point or information about this, but my just like understanding via osmosis is that that conversation doesn't usually go well, but maybe it's going better now, years later. I don't know. Been a massive weight off my chest, and I just wanted to share. Oh, that's good. Well, congratulations. I'm glad that went. Not a little flustered, but still it went well. That's good. That's some nice news. Thank you for sharing. Hope it continues to go well. Thank you, Jungle Robba, for the 103 months as well. What can I say but Joms? 103 months of Joms. Holy shit. Holy shit. It is him. It is Joms. And last two are Zyre91 for 75 months. I believe an A-press is an A-press. You can't say it's only half. I'm TJ Enri Yoshi. What? Okay, thank you, Zyre. Is that some person on YouTube that doesn't like that you can do half an A-press, or? Oh, okay, Joe won't get it. All right. Thank you, Razzle Basil 13 for the last one on my list for now with 200 bits. I have court today and I can't watch the rest of the stream. Please be nice to Van Cheeks. Van Cheeks! Wow. Okay. I'll do my best. They shroud your fear, your doubt, your trepidation. All right, so just a quick recap of what's happened in the game so far is that we were in Japan, and Japan and Great Britain have some sort of cultural crossover thing going on. The Great Britain is like the powerhouse of the world, superpower of the world, like big technological advancement. London is just like the heart of civilization, blah, 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 blah. Japan is learning from Great Britain, especially when it comes to like law and lawyer stuff. Kazuma is our friend who is going to the academy that we were going to. I don't know what the fuck we were going there to study. I don't know if that was said, excuse me. We had the first case that the murder victim was Sherlock's Watson or Herlock's Wilson. He was killed for a reason we don't understand. He was killed by some woman named Brett. It was poisoning, and then we got framed. We defended ourselves, and it turns out that we actually have some talent as a lawyer. Then we went on a ship because we were going with our friend to Great Britain. He was going to Great Britain to do a lawyer sort of apprenticeship or crash course with the British law system. He was there. He also has some mysterious task that I'm convinced is like to assassinate someone, but like who knows if that actually is it, or maybe it was something else instead. On the way there, Kazuma got killed by some stowaway, a different stowaway, kind of not. The crew knew she was coming, so I guess stowaway isn't the right word, but it's not really that important. It was just a happenstance, circumstantial sort of murder that our friend got killed. So now, after all that, we are now in Great Britain, and we are going to do the law intern visiting kind of crash course thing in his stead. We have a sword on our belt now, is his family sword, and we've been studying for the past 30 to 40 days off-screen time, trying to become a lawyer, and now we are doing a trial right away on the first day that we got to London in order to prove ourselves that we actually can continue the apprenticeship for the guy that works for the government. And that's it. So far, we don't know anything about what happened here. There was like some sort of preview at the beginning that it looked like the murder happened in a carriage, maybe. But the defendant is or the accused is he claims to be a very rich person. I don't know if that's true or not. We'll see him in a second. Very rich person, and the reason why he couldn't get any other defendant is because this guy, the prosecutor that we see on screen right now, is the Reaper of the Bailey. He's never lost a case, or he has lost so few cases, and once he's on the case, that's it. We're done. Like he always wins. He's very aggressive. Blah 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 blah. He's daddy pretty much. So daddy is gonna win, which makes me like we're our first time and we're gonna win. Huh. Okay. Anyway, let's see where the story goes. I don't know if I have a full stream in me, but I will continue as best as I can. But yeah, we'll at least get to break. We'll see. Hopefully I perk up even more. They shroud your fear, your doubt, your trepidation. Her curves, her posture, they run wild, clinging to some phantom notion of courage. The quintessential look of a sacrificial lamb. A cold shiver just ran down my spine all the way to the tips of my toes. Oh, I'm turned on too. Now, Mr. McGilded. Yes, my lord? You stand accused of murder, a capital offense. You could be sent to the gallows if found guilty. Are you quite sure you wish to entrust your defense to this foreigner? Whoa. As I've always said, my lord, 'tis a grand thing to give opportunities to the young. Even if the fella is a student from some little island off in the Far East. Is it not the British way to ignore the dangers to yourself and give those less fortunate a fair chance? Yeah, sure, okay. That is a very large hat. I like to think that acts of chivalry do the great British Empire proud. Listen to Mr. McGilded. What a fine gentleman London has in him. Did you hear that he donated £5,000 to the government the other day? Mother, please, may we go and play in McGilded Park? Oh, so it's legit. Okay. It seems as though everyone in the public gallery is firmly behind Mr. McGilded. Oh, that's definitely welcome news, and he certainly has a way with words. How's the sound, by the way? We good? It's the same as yesterday, so it should be okay. I'm surprised he couldn't convince anyone to defend him. Eloquently put, Mr. McGilded, and most laudable sentiments. Now. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm sure I need hardly remind you that you 6 members of the public have been selected for your impartiality. Are you ready to proceed? Okay, there's a lot of different characters in this game. Wow, an actual straight-up jury? That's unusual. Why do you have a knife, bro? Okay, Maid Makoto is here. Huh. Yes, my lord. If the task is to send rotters to the gallows where they belong, I'm more than ready. At the manor, his lordship always says we should dispose of rubbish promptly. Naturally, I agree. Ha! Any criminals here will soon be wishing they never set eyes on me. Oh, Agatha Christie's busy. Okay. I feel a chill. Oh, don't mind me, my dears. I'll just be getting on with my knitting. Must finish these bits for my grandson. This is the craziest one of them all. Gotta watch out for her. Ah, Mr. Naruhodo. Those people are the jury. Yes, that's something we don't have in Japan yet. Or even in the future. That's right. I've only ever read about it. But here in Great Britain, the court's final verdict depends on the opinions of these 6 jurors. The judge passes sentence according to the law, but the jurors determine guilt based on common sense. Sure. So the defendant is ultimately judged from 2 completely different points of view. But how exactly do the jurors give their verdict? That I don't know, but I'm sure it will become clear as the trial progresses. Aww. She's adorable, huh? Yes. Prosecutor Van Zeeks. My lord. It's been a number of years since we've seen you here in the courtroom. I thought you'd announce your fame. Wait, what? He's been on hiatus? I'm known as the Reaper of the Bailey, my lord. Infamy rather than fame, I would say. I don't know if I'm digging this voice. But yes, 5 years have passed since I last spread my wings in this capacity. Oh, he's cringe. Okay, that's good. So what brings you back? Is there some change of circumstance of which the court should be aware? This voice is awful. We'll go somewhere else then. Wow. Is it a scar around? Yeah, definitely a scar. Yeah, I can see it clearly now. It's not just a wrinkle. I leave that to your imagination, my lord. So the Reaper has been out of action for 5 years. Why did he have to choose today of all days to make a comeback? Don't lose heart, Mr. Naruhodo. As you wish, sir. The court nevertheless welcomes your return. Now then, opening statements, I think. A summary of the case, if you please. Certainly, my lord. As your lordship is aware, this is a case of overwhelming simplicity. Is it? We must be the only ones in here who aren't aware. The incident took place in the late evening, 3 days past. The hour was some minutes after 10. The victim was a maker of building bricks known in the community as Thrice-Fired Mason. Okay. Sorry, thrice? He was a very accomplished craftsman. The bricks he fired were said to be almost indestructible. Almost indestructible means that they were... Oh, he's dead. Yeah. The victim's corpse was discovered in an omnibus in service on the streets of London at the time. A dagger that had been thrust into the victim's abdomen is believed to be the ultimate cause of death. Here is the autopsy report from the investigating medical officer at Scotland Yard. Thank you, counsel. I shall accept that, and the photograph is evidence. The autopsy report has been entered into the court record. A report prepared by the Scotland Yard coroner. It gives the cause of death as internal hemorrhaging as a result of a single stab wound into the abdomen. Why is there not an English yard? Why do they have to go to Scotland for all this shit? A photograph of the victim taken on the omnibus. The knife in his abdomen is clearly visible, but his face is partly obscured from view by an old crooked hat. And one further item of evidence. The prosecution wishes to submit these as well. And these are... Good lord! Is that blood, counsel? Oh, he has one of those judge wigs on. Yes, my lord. Seized by a policeman who arrived at the scene. These gore-soaked gloves were taken from the hands of the accused when he was arrested. Do you know that, you see trials happen in the UK, and they have all this, like, pomp and ceremony, and they're wearing robes, and they have, like, these big fucking wigs on and shit. You know what I'm talking about? Is that like most courts in the UK, or is that just like a certain kind of upper class important case court that happens in England somewhere? In Canada too? No, I don't think I've seen that in Canada. Maybe, I don't know. Not most, but definitely criminal courts. Kangaroo court. I'm pretty sure all barrister courts do that. Do they really? I don't know, it's cringe. I think it's cringe too, yeah. Okay. Seems inconclusive from chat. I'm sure we could find out the answer, but that wouldn't be fun. These gore-soaked gloves were taken from the hands of the accused when he was arrested. What? Mr. McGilded's gloves had blood on them? Yes, I will accept these as evidence as well. The defendant's leather gloves have been entered into the court record. Leather gloves that the defendant was wearing at the time of the incident. There is a bloodstain on the right glove. How did I get into this? I backed into a corner before I even started. Continuing. According to the driver of the omnibus, there were only 2 passengers traveling inside his vehicle at the time. Only 2? Obviously, one of those passengers was the deceased brickmaker, Mr. Mason. Oh, he has a sword too. The other sword. Ooh, was the accused, Magnus McGilded. Well, rather damning circumstances to say the least. Defendant, what say you? It wasn't me. Well, of course, I have no recollection of such a thing. Mr. McGilded. To be sure, I rode the omnibus that evening, but whenever I'm in a carriage, I'm taken with a fierce tiredness, and I always succumb to it. Are you claiming to have been asleep? Like me? 'Tis the motion of the carriage, my lord. Lilting, so it is, and when I open my eyes again... It was a desperate sight before me, the body of a man I'd never laid eyes on before in my life. Now I ask yous, what good-hearted soul wouldn't rush to help a fellow bleeding from his stomach? He's becoming Harley Quinn. I wasn't about to start worrying about my gloves now, was I? I reached out to give the man a hand. Dell, So the blood got onto the gloves then after the man had been killed. I wish I could do voices consistently. I feel like the only voice I can do consistently is the judge's voice. I don't even think I could do Megiddo consistently now anymore either. Unfortunately, that statement of the drivers is only the beginning. What? That's not all of it? There were multiple witnesses. Ooh. To the precise moment at which the brickmaker was fatally stabbed. It's not looking good. Order! 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 When the killing took place, only the victim and the accused were inside the carriage, and there were witnesses to the crime. How were there witnesses if there was the only two in there? He has some piercing eyes, huh? This is not just a case of compelling evidence. It's the nail in the coffin for the accused. Thank you, counsel. The circumstances of the crime have been made quite clear. I think we will hear testimony from these witnesses first of all. Your wish is my command. Bailiff, bring the witnesses in at once. Time traveling lot of heart. Here we go. Why am I so impressed by how many different character models this game has? Is it just I'm just so used to how economical the first Ace Attorney games were, or like AI Somnium Files or something? I don't know. Like, I shouldn't be that impressed, right? Like, it's just a normal thing. Yeah. Witnesses, your names and occupations. My name is, well, everyone calls me Beppo. I drive an omnibus in the East End. I'm an East Ender. Bruce Fairplay. I'm a banker in the city. My name's First. Lady First. I make hats for gents. Let's begin by confirming the facts. 3 days ago, at a short time after 10 o'clock in the evening, all of you present in the stand were in an omnibus and witness to the aforementioned incident. I might sneeze. Is that correct? Yes, sir. Quite right. Why, yes, sir. That's right, sir. Very well then, let's proceed to your formal testimonies, please. Each of you will tell the court precisely what you saw. What the witnesses saw. It was the last bus of the evening, so I had a few customers. I remember it well. The victim and the man accused of killing him were sat next to each other inside the bus. Then out of the blue, the accused just reached over and plunged a knife right into his guts. Oh, that's right. He stabbed him. I screamed, I did. Couldn't help it. As soon as I heard the scream, I stopped my bus, and then I saw it too. Unambiguous testimony, I must say. Exactly, my lord. These men witnessed the incident in the omnibus with their own eyes. Okay, maybe I'm not paying attention today. How did where were they? All of you present in the stand were in an omnibus and witnessed to the aforementioned incident. So they were in an omnibus, but not the one where the killing took place. So were they just like parked next to each other, and they're looking through the window, or what? I'd like to ask a question, if I may. Oh yes, counsel. Well, this testimony, it's full of shit. Makes absolutely no sense to me whatsoever. Why not? Well, the incident took place inside a moving carriage, didn't it? As has been clearly stated from the outset, yes. Well, in that case, how could those two witnesses possibly have seen what happened? There's two? There's no way they could have seen the inside of the moving carriage. How quaint. I'd read that civilization in the Eastern Island nations was a good century behind our own. But you're here in London yourself. Are you really so ignorant about our omnibuses? Huh? I've been here for fucking like 2 hours. Tell me, my Nipponese friend, have you ever traveled in an omnibus? Well, no. We only arrived in London this morning. No matter. I've arranged for us all to see for ourselves. The actual scene of the crime, that is. Wait, what? What do you mean? The actual scene? How? And then the court ceiling opened like the fucking Sky Dome in Toronto, and a helicopter just fucking brought the whole thing down into the middle, and here we go. A carriage is designed to be moved, after all. Presumably you understand that much. I commissioned a model to scale. Here it is. Yes. The omnibus in which this bloody crime took place is here today, in this very building. What do you mean here? What? The entire carriage? Bailiff. Bring forth the stricken omnibus so we can put it on the stand? What? So that's an omnibus, the omnibus. I can't believe they could bring something so enormous in here. Great Britain's courtrooms are amazing. As you can see, the omnibus is pulled by 2 horses and can carry up to 8 passengers. Okay, I'm still not understanding how they saw inside of it if they weren't also inside of it. This doesn't really explain much. Were they on the top and they could see down below somehow? 4 passengers are seated inside the enclosed cabin and another 4 on the rooftop deck above. Every Londoner knows that the best views of the city's architecture and sights are to be had from the top of an omnibus. God, I just realized it's the first case in London, and it's a stabbing. Oh. And I should point out to our foreign guests that there is a skylight in the roof, allowing a view of the interior from the seats above. Ah, skylight. Oh. The penny drops at last, I see. These 2 gentlemen were occupying the rooftop seats on this omnibus when the murder took place. That is how they came to witness the grim incident through the skylight. Okay, that makes sense then. That makes perfect... Yeah, it does make sense. Alright. Well, counsel, this is a first. In all my years behind the bench, I've never experienced the crime scene itself being brought into the courtroom. There are a number of important clues remaining inside the carriage, my lord. I would like to submit the omnibus itself as evidence. That is the prosecution's wish. Very well. I see no reason why not. This omnibus is hereby formally accepted as evidence. The omnibus has been entered into the court record. The 8-seater omnibus that was the scene of the crime, there were passengers both inside the carriage and on the roof deck that night. Looks cool. I can't believe it. The entire crime scene entered as evidence. Yes, Great Britain is simply extraordinary. Are we gonna be able to look around it? I could help myself a lot by giving that omnibus a thorough examination, seeing as it's here. Let's continue with the proceedings then. Your cross-examination, counsel. Humph. Pray, don't expect this Nipponese stray to understand the intricacies of a British court's cross-examination rights. Why you gotta be racist, bro? What the hell? Alright, my first cross-examination in a British court. Focus, Ryu. Focus. What the witnesses saw. It was the last bus of the evening, so I had a few customers. I remember it well. Alright, so we need to press them on each of them, right? Hold it! Get more information. Yes, I think it was sometime after 10, wasn't it? Oh, yes, sir, that's right, sir. Yes, ever so cold it was, sir. Freezing, in fact. Why is there this thing on the screen? Is that for switching to the different characters to press them on what was just said, or no? Or is it just that he has, like, can I... If I'm here... Oh, look how when he's on the screen, there is no icon in the bottom left, but when you move, a little portrait shows up to show what it is. That's neat. Can I talk to you? Mr. First. Oh, how can I help you, sir? That last statement, did it trouble you in some way? Oh, not particularly, sir. No? If anything, he's troubling me with that hat of his. Has he greased his head? Oh dear, sir. Hope my hat's not troubling you, sir. I'm still just an apprentice, you see. Mr. Naruhodo, even the witnesses can see what's going on through your mind. You really must be more careful. Ugh, I wish it were that simple. Okay, I don't remember what to do when it comes to switching the characters here. Can I go back one? Hold on, let's see. Can I press all of them?
Hold it!
This is something after 10, wasn't it? Oh yes, sir. That's right, sir. Yes. Ever so cold it was, sir. Freezing, in fact. And you had 4 passengers on board at the time. Is that correct? Yes, that's right, sir. Not all traveling in the same parts of the bus, of course, though. No. Why are you so cold, bro? And there were no other passengers when the incident took place? No one alighted, for example. You're quite right with that, sir. No other passengers like that. No, none. So nobody fled the scene of the crime then. I have to say, the boss insists on it running, he does, every evening. That last bus of the day. But I do wonder sometimes if it's altogether worthwhile. Yes, sorry to say. What do you mean by that? Well, what with it being so cold and everything, and only making 20 pence on the run, you see. Yes, I spend that much at the pub on the way home, just trying to warm up again. All right, so what if I go back to him and do this again?
Hold it!
And then when it shows up again, I go over here. Like, there's not going to be a different pressing for these characters after every single line of dialogue here, is there? Because if so, that is a lot.
Excuse me.
If I may, Mr. Fairplay, what are you fossicking for now? That last statement appears to have given you pause for thought. Not really. By the way, you always seem to be looking to the side, one way or another. Do you have some affliction? Not really? He's not really willing to say anything, it seems. It's none of your business anyhow. Alright, fair enough. The victim and the man accused of killing him were sat next to each other inside the bus.
Hold it!
And you saw them through the skylight in the roof of the carriage. That's right. When you sit up on the top deck, the window's right there at your feet. There was a lamp on inside, so I had a pretty good view. The two of them were wearing hats, and I couldn't exactly make out their faces. Huh. But there's not a shred of doubt in my mind that it was Mr. McGilded. And why's that? How can you be so sure? Well, how can I put it politely? Mr. McGilded is a gentleman of rather small stature. I couldn't have mistaken him for anyone else. Let's not forget that when the vehicle came to a halt, the only people inside the enclosed cabin were the deceased Mr. Mason and Mr. McGilded. There's no room for doubt here. Okay, what if there's like a trapdoor exit that you can get out of the bottom? I really wish there was. Alright, so if I go back to that and I press one of the other characters, is it going to be the same line of dialogue about his hat, and it's only when there's something specific that you can press them on that's going to be there? Let's see. Okay, so I'm going to press here.
Hold it!
And then when I go here, I'm going to switch over to the hat guy. They all have hats, Joe. I'm going to switch over to this guy.
Excuse me.
It's going to be about his hat again. Mr. First. Oh, how can I help you, sir? That last statement, did it trouble you in some way? Oh, I'm not particularly, sir, no. If anything, he's troubling me. Okay, so it's the same thing unless there's a specific reason to press them on something. There's like an icon that's going to show up or something, isn't it? Or some sort of, like, speech bubble? I think that's what it was in the first trial, wasn't it? Then I believe the accused just reached over and plunged a knife right into his guts. You actually saw the exact moment it happened? Did I already testify to that? Okay, I think this might be the first time in any of these games that I'm actually enjoying pressing for information. Whereas, like, it was just a chore in the first case, if I remember correctly, and it was kind of a chore in the trial. But because we're like fish out of water here, like completely new to the case and everything like that, it's really good to get new information and establish everything that's happening. I think it works. I think it works well in this instance. It's probably not going to work well for the rest of it, but it works well here. Didn't I already testify to that? Or are fair, dinkum, hardworking city bankers not considered trustworthy these days? Oh, no. I didn't mean that. I did. Fuck bankers. This is no good. I've really got his back up. Perhaps you could just tell us what you saw in a little more detail, if that's... My lord. Juror number 3. What's the meaning of this? My mind is made up, my lord. Completely and utterly made up. Made up about what? I don't like the stinking rich. Never have. They're always up to something or other that they shouldn't be, every one of them. And that little leprechaun of a man is no exception. Well, he can't fool me. Huh? There's no point wasting time listening to any more of this. That's my opinion on the matter anyway. Alright. Kinda based? That's precisely what I was about to say. As the foreman of the jury, it's my duty to set a good example to my fellow jurors. What is happening here? Let me see. Ah yes, it seems that's how the members of the jury give their verdicts. With fire? Apparently, yes. White for innocent and black for guilty. As the 6 members of the jury make up their minds about the case, one by one, they each cast a ball of fire into the great scales of justice, as we saw a moment ago. Can they change their votes? So if those enormous scales fall completely to the black side, does that mean? Let's do our very best to make sure that doesn't happen. Does it have to be unanimous? Because if it has to be unanimous, then I guess they can change their votes. Sometimes it has to be, right? In a lot of media, when it comes to like court proceedings, usually it has to be unanimous. All the jurors have to agree, but I'm not sure if that is actually true. Let's do our very best to make sure that doesn't happen. I wonder if it's like, I don't know how many jurors there are. Let's say there's like 20 jurors and 19 of them all think guilty. I wonder if at that point it's like rude for the last one not to capitulate and just be like, okay, I guess we'll do it. Now I'm even more worried than I was before. Very well. The court acknowledges the change in the jury stance. Counsel for the defense, please continue with your cross-examination. This is a nightmare. That's right, he stabbed him. I screamed at it. I couldn't help it.
Hold it!
He stabbed him, you say, and you were sitting up on the roof deck, were you? Yes, that's right, sir. I was up on the roof seats. I remember seeing the little gent sitting next to the fellow that was stabbed. I mean, he doesn't look little to me. Shoulders are about the same height. Is the hat covering like lower down than the other guy? Is that why? Like, I don't... I remember seeing the little gent sitting next to the fellow that was stabbed. I've been thinking about a new hat design, you see, so I was just gazing absent-mindedly around. But then I happened to look down through the skylight. It was sticking right out of his belly, that huge great knife. This isn't supposed to be exactly what they saw, I think. No, it is. Every detail matters. Every detail Humph, a grim sight indeed. That didn't help me at all. The jury looked like they're even more convinced my client did it than they were before. It appears to have made everyone even more dubious that Mr. McGilded is telling the truth. If only we had some evidence to counter their suspicions. Do we have some? Mr. First. Oh, yes, Daddy? Is this the knife you saw? Oh, look at that knife. That's a gorgeous knife. Oh, good grief. Yes, that's it. The very one, sir. Is that... Yes, counsel. This is the blade that was driven into the victim's belly like a stake through the heart. This is the blade of considerable size, Counsel. Is it? It is, and furthermore, the scabbard is emblazoned prominently with a certain initial. The letter M, which seems oddly familiar. M for Mario. Ugh, please no. M for Magnus, perhaps? Or McGilded, possibly? Take your pick. It seems this particular big name in London made a magnificent mistake.
Objection!
Hearsay, but there are M's everywhere. Like yes, like in Mason.
Objection!
Oh. This blade is far too extravagant for a poor brickmaker to have owned. I thought he was like really good with the indestructible things. He was thrice burnt or whatever. No, this weapon of murder almost certainly belongs to the accused. Ugh. Not conclusive, but certainly compelling, Counsel. The murder weapon has been entered into the court record. A large-ish knife that was found lodged into the victim's abdomen. Its quality and fancy ornamentation suggests it must be quite valuable. My lord, if you'll forgive the interruption. Ah, juror number 2. Go on. Mr. McGilded is a pillar of society and a gentleman, and a gentleman's word should be sacrosanct. However, those of us in service know we must accept hard truths. Wait, what are you about to do? Dispose of the rubbish. No. I don't wish to cause offense, but I do like to eradicate all traces of filth and grime. Now there is someone who washes her eggs. I have painstakingly typed every word uttered here today and cross-referenced all the facts. As such, I am now in a position to draw the only logical conclusion. Not guilty. Oh, we're fucked. Not again. That's 4 out of 6 jury members who've proposed a guilty verdict. There are only 2 left. We've had it. Every time I press these witnesses for information, I just make the situation what are the rules here? That just as they become convinced, they can just hit it? Surely the whole all of the evidence and everything has to be presented first. What the fuck are you talking about? Nevertheless, what we need more than anything at the moment is more information. We're still very much in the dark. Joe Dark. I suppose I'll just have to keep pressing the witnesses, knowing that more sparks may well fly. We mustn't give up hope that we'll uncover something that will give us a way to fight back. But... Alright, I'll keep trying. I can't give up. I just need to keep calm and listen to the witnesses' statements again. As soon as I heard the scream, I stopped my bus, and then I saw it too.
Hold it!
What exactly did you see? Oh, well, sir, that would be the passenger, sir. Yes, collapsed on the floor he was. And by the passenger, obviously you were referring to the victim, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. And the other passenger had that knife in his hand, like this. And by other passenger, obviously you were referring to the accused, Mr. Magnus McGilded. And then he plunged it down like this, stabbing the other passenger in the belly. Wait, he was already... What? My lord, I wish to speak. Yes, sir, number 5. Do I take it that you, too? As the master of the London Guild of Coachmen, the idea of a murder being committed in one of the city's carriages is utterly abhorrent to me. It wouldn't be right to make a decision before hearing all the facts, though, I said to myself. But now, fuck it. But I've heard enough now. The horse has bolted, as they say. No, please, just keep an open mind, a little G up now, Silver Blaze. The finish is in sight. Beppo? Beppo. Beppo. Hey, Beppo. Beppo is a long-standing member of the guild, and I trust what the man says. Beppo. Oh, thank you, sir. You're too kind, sir. Ugh, this is too unkind, sir. Which now means that 5 jurors agree to condemn this man. Madam Juror number 6. Yes, dear? What can I do for you? Vote guilty. You have heard the testimonies of the witnesses in the stand. Oh yes, I certainly have. Still got my hearing, you know. Then, pray tell, why are you yet to pronounce your leaning? Well, dear, the thing is, I'm a creature of habit, me. I always go to the park at around this time of day and sit on a nice bench and get on with my knitting. There's a lovely little park just near where I live. McGilded Park, it's called. The gentleman donated to the city, you know, to put a smile on Londoners' faces, he said. I can't imagine such a fine young gentleman would have it in him to take another man's life. He's always doing wonderful things for the city. That's right, a man like that wouldn't stab someone, surely. He is a Londoner. And Mother, may we go to the McGilded Park Public Library later and borrow some more books? How many Londoners live with their heads in the clouds? Do you people not know? What kind of a man Magnus McGilded really is? Uh-oh. What kind of man is he? The philanthropist Magnus McGilded has enough wealth to purchase the entire city he claims to value so highly. Why didn't he hire someone to kill the guy for him then? But where did all that wealth come from? Your client is a Shylock, sir, and one with the very darkest of souls. What? Stone the crows! McGilded lends money at extortionate rates of interest so his victims have no hope of repaying him. When they default, he takes possession of everything they own. He is a vulture that preys on the weak. I've never heard any mention of that before. Your faculties haven't deserted you, I'm sure, madam. So has this thought not crossed your mind? Would a man wealthy enough to buy London in its entirety not have a carriage of his own? What possible reason could this man have had to make use of a public omnibus service? He's got a point. You're not saying that. The victim, a poor brickmaker, had next to nothing to his name save considerable financial liability. It will come as no surprise that his creditor was the accused, Magnus McGilded. But let it also be known that the very day Mr. Mason was killed was the final repayment date for his debts. Okay, but the same thing goes after that, Big Mac. Like, if he like, is wealthy enough to hire his own bus service, isn't he wealthy enough to hire his own muscle to go and hit him up for money? Good gracious. The brickmaker was destitute. He had lost his house. He had not a shilling with which to repay his debts. And in the end, this pitiful soul had the very last thing he owned taken from him, his life. By the merciless philanthropist pretender, Magnus McGilded. Don't believe it. If I might add something briefly, Miss Susie. You claim that the victim had been lent money by Mr. McGilded, but where is the evidence to support your claim? Oh. Pray forgive the discourtesy of filling my hallowed chalice in a court of law. Aha, there it is. Lord Van Zeek's hallowed chalice. What? How could this be considered acceptable? He's gonna drink and prosecute? But I find myself in unexpectedly good humor. I had heard ladies from the Far East could show great courage, but I didn't expect to experience it myself. As judicial assistant to the defense, I am simply doing my job. What a pity that your display of courage is in vain. You mean in van? This is the debtor's ledger, which details all monies loaned by the accused. Money seems like a fake word, right? If anything, you would expect it to just be S on the end of money, but this weird IES bullshit, it's such a weird fucking word, isn't it? Monies. You will find the victim's name clearly recorded inside. Oh, shit. Allow me to present this ledger as evidence. And pray forgive the discourtesy of raising my chalice in a toast to the enigmatic East at the same time. Marvelous toast, Counsel. I will gladly accept this new evidence. And a drink myself. The debtor's ledger has been entered in the court record. A catalog of people who have borrowed money from the defendant at a high rate of interest. It includes the victim, who owned 20 guineas. Didn't we just spend one of those on the way here? Yes, 20 guineas. The victim owed a considerable sum. And the accused made quite certain he had ample recompense. Oh, shit. Well, it would seem I've had the wool pulled over my eyes. Uh-oh. Regrettably, madam, this is the modus operandi of the accused. Operandi? It is such a... and it's such a pretty little park, too. What a scoundrel. Wait. Okay, are we done? We're over? Still. Maybe it's all for the best. Wait a minute. I don't stand for nonsense. That was it. The last juror's decision. According to this encyclopedia of British law, when all members of the jury have concluded that the defendant is guilty, court proceedings are suspended, and the presiding judge will deliver the final verdict and sentence. That's what it says here. The final verdict. It's over then. Oh. There's a footnote, though. A footnote? However, the defense... All 6 members of the jury are now in agreement in this case. Allow me to convey my respect for your swift and righteous decision. According to the laws of this country, I will now conclude the trial by delivering my final verdict. I trust there are no objections? Objection! Miss Susie, just tell me one thing. Oh, yes? You were in the middle of saying something before. The footnote in your Encyclopedia of British Law. However, the defense. What did it say next? Oh, yes, of course. Wait, you didn't finish it? One moment. What are we doing? When all members of the jury have concluded that the defendant is guilty, court proceedings are suspended, and the presiding judge will deliver the final verdict. Then the footnote says, however, the defense has the right to demand a summation examination of the jurors at this point. A summation examination?
Objection!
Imagination, excavation, a summation examination? From which century has that tome you have there been resurrected? Judging from the binding, I would say that book is at least 50 years old. How old are you, bro? Any modern text on British law wouldn't even give such an antiquated procedure a mention. It's a relic, long forgotten, and certainly no longer practiced. So you're out of luck. Oh. What even is it, Miss Susie? This so-called summation examination. Did someone say summation examination? It's been so long. Oh, yeah, you can do that. Let's go. Oh, one moment, and I'll read about it. You would demand the right to a procedure before you even understand what it entails? Humph. Typical Nipponese. Alright, Mr. Naruhodo, I think I understand. It seems that under this procedure, we would be able to appeal to the members of the jury. To do what exactly? Change their minds, Dama. Appeal to them to change their leaning and reverse their decisions. And it says here that if successful, the proceedings of the trial must be resumed. Make them reverse their decisions. Yes, in times gone by, barristers would use a summation examination to attempt to influence the jury's decision. But that procedure became something of a formality with no practical benefit, really, so it rather fell out of use. I wonder why. Because it was devoid of purpose. Changing just one member of the jury's mind would be hard enough, let alone several. No self-respecting defense barrister would even assert his right to try in this day and age. Still, I'm gonna try. He's going to do it. I don't see any mention of the procedure actually being formally revoked. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that, although it may be antiquated and largely forgotten, it isn't yet extinct. Just like Joe. So what do you think, Mr. Naruto? Summation examination, our last possible option. Do we assert our right to carry it out or admit defeat? Assert our right. For no reason at all, let's save it. Thank you, Tektorm, for the 7 months. No, 12 months. They're both here. I think they're actually 12 months. 1 year. Thank you very much, Tektorm. Nah, forget it. Mr. Naruhodo, are you sure that's the right decision? You heard what the judge and prosecutor said. It's an antiquated procedure. It's history. We barely know our way around the law that's in use today. What hope would we have of pulling it off? Perhaps what we don't know can work to our advantage. What? So, in any case, there's really only one course of action available to us here. What we can't afford to do is allow this trial to end. What we don't know can work to our advantage? You're right, Miss Susie. Let's bring this antiquated procedure back into the present day. The defense wishes to assert its right to a summation examination, my lord.
Objection!
No, London is the capital city of the most powerful nation on earth. We have a duty to the world to exemplify the very highest standards of judicial procedure. Fuck, that word is hard to say. Summation examinations are an embarrassment that should remain buried.
Objection!
No, you! But if it's alright, it's alright. I believe it could prove vital in this trial. The defense's petition is perfectly valid. The court will proceed with the summation examination. This is madness. Foreman, are you and the remainder of the jury ready? Eh? Well, I'm not. There was no mention of this in the letter I received, you see, so... all members of the jury will be asked to explain on what grounds they have reached the decision. What letter? On what grounds? You must all justify your decisions and explain why you believe the defendant to be guilty. Well, my lord, you're rather putting us on the spot. This is most irregular. No mention was made of this before. I don't really hold with all this justifying lark. It seems to have thrown the jurors off. Oh, excuse me. It seems none of them experienced this before. I didn't sneeze, did I? Alright then. The summation examination. A defense procedure no practicing lawyer has attempted for years, is it? Are we going to go through and talk to them now and press them? Well, just maybe. It might be the opportunity we've been looking for to turn this trial around. Turnabout, Big Top. So be it then. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court hereby calls upon you to state the grounds on which you find the defendant, Magnus Misgilded, guilty of this most serious crime. Summarized in a way that we could examine. Judicial finding. The juror's contention. There was no one else inside the carriage at the time, so it has to have been him. I trust the driver. He has an excellent memory, it seems. 4 passengers with fares totaling 20 pence. He stuck the chap next to him, just like this, see? Brazen, I must say, absolutely brazen. I have simply typed and collated all the statements made thus far and drawn the logical conclusion. You can trust the guild. Fair fares is our motto. We haven't raised prices above 4 pence for years. The scoundrel stabbing that poor man on the floor. It beggars belief. Okay, great fucking justification there, Granny. I'm starting to wish I hadn't pushed for this now. Some of the jurors don't seem to have wonderfully formed arguments, though, do they? Well, let's see what we can do. We need to get these 6 people to change their minds. I'll have to throw everything I can at them and use some very persuasive language. Or money. Just a moment, Mr. Naruhodo. According to my book, that's not quite how it works. Oh? Bribes used to happen all the time in old court, but they haven't officially been outlawed, have they? Yes, it's true. I'll take one myself. I thought it was going to have to thaw their icy minds with some heartwarming rhetoric about the defendant. Unfortunately, once the jurors have decided the defendant is guilty, they're unlikely to heed anything the defense says. But then... they've reached their conclusions by their own reasoning, you see. Your pleas will sound like excuses. In fact, it could recoil on you. The more you try to persuade them, the more entrenched they may become. Though, what on earth am I supposed to do? Oh dear, I'm just citing what I've read about British law, Mr. Naruhodo. Right, I'm sorry. Do you have any idea how to make this work then? Well, from what I can understand, the key to this procedure is using the jurors' own words to make your arguments. What do you mean? Well, the 6 members of the jury are randomly selected members of the public. They may appear to present a united front, but the truth is, they hate each other. They are complete strangers who just happen to find themselves here in the courtroom together. Really? Because it feels like they do this shit all the time. And that's a way to break them down, you mean? Yes, exactly. It says that in the book? What's in your magical book? We must listen very carefully to what each member of the jury says and see if we can identify any contradictory statements. If we can, we then contrast the statements and pit the corresponding jurors against each other. Yes, I see. So it's contradictions in what 2 or more jurors say that we're looking for. In a way, then, this is similar to a regular cross-examination. Oh, yes, I suppose you're right. Damn, I really am the lawyer here. Find contradictions in their statements and pit the jurors against one another to break them down. Alright, I might be able to pull this off. No, that's not right. I have to pull this off. Can we start proceedings, counsel? I would ask you take the stand for this. I'm expecting a clear and concise rebuttal. Yes, my lord. Oh, shit. Jury examination. The defense's rebuttal. There was no one inside the carriage at the time, so it has to have been him. So we press them?
Hold it!
Pit? Certainly testimonies we've heard suggest the victim and Mr. McGilded were alone inside the carriage. Precisely my point. But could there be some other explanation? Something we haven't considered yet. Such as? Haha, well, perhaps that's something we could, all work out together now. Now listen here, maybe you don't know how things work around here because you're from foreign climes. But we're here to form our opinions as individuals, and I have. Oh dear, he doesn't appear to be in the mood to consider an alternative point of view, does he? No, I'm going to have to pit the jurors against one another, like Suzy-san said. Finding contradictions in these 6 people's assertions is the only way I'm going to succeed. I trust the driver. He has excellent memory, it seems. 4 passengers with fares totaling 20 pence.
Hold it!
But does his ability to recall his takings that night really tell us how trustworthy the man is? I manage all his lordship's cash affairs, so I'm very particular when it comes to accounts. I see. A single penny can mean the difference between life and death, after all, can't it? That's a saying in your country? My point is, a man who minds his figures is a man you can trust. Those of us in service would swear to that, sir. Does that bench really need any more polishing? So if the good driver says that he saw Mr. McGilded in the act, I don't doubt him. The only task left to do today is disposing of the rubbish. Ah, now wait a minute. One of the other jurors mentioned something about money, I think. Now would be a very good time to listen carefully to the juror's statements again, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh! They're a fair extra. He said, she just said 20 pence, and he said 20 pence, and the guy said that it was only 4 pence a ride. So 4 times 4 is not 20. I don't know what it is, because I'm no mathlete, but it's not that. Now would be a very good time to listen carefully to juror statements again, Mr. Naruhodo. We should probably press them all, though, for the content, right? If you notice an inconsistency in what 2 different jurors are saying, I should expose it by pitting them against each other. Yes, let's see if I can do just that. Set the chap next to him just like this. Brazen, I must say. Absolutely brazen. Careful, you could hurt someone with that. You're a fine one to talk. What of that sword hanging from your waist, hmm? No, that's just my battered soul. Aww. Well, anyway, I despise anyone with too much money. They're all the same, all stabbing some brickmaker or other behind the scenes. You mark my words. That seems very unlikely, doesn't it? Are you madman? We know that small shorty is a rotten Shylock. He hasn't said a word since the testimonies began. I guess he's like off to the side, like, not talking unless he's on the stand. Well, yes, that does seem to be the case, but Mr. Naruhodo, please be careful what you say. If he's been trying to squeeze money out of us less fortunate, then as far as I'm concerned, he's as guilty as sin. The man can hang. I'm gonna think of it. Didn't one of the other jurors have something to say about the defendant's underhand activities? If you thought of something, Mr. Naruhodo, don't let it go. Test your theory. Pick the two jurors whose statements seem to be contradictory against each other. No time like the present to use Y to pit them against each other, or I'll never get anywhere. Weren't they in agreement about them being bad? I simply have typed and collated all the statements made this far and drawn to a logical conclusion.
Hold it!
What have you been doing all this time? What have you been doing all this time? There. I should have thought it was obvious. I am recording everything that takes place as part of these proceedings. And what have you learned from that? For example, at this moment in time, the judge has used his gavel 11 times in total. The prosecution has snorted derisively at your remarks 7 times in total, and I might add, each time you have gawped like a simpleton. Uh-oh, thank you. And what's the point exactly? So anyway, madam, are you able to explain why you think the defendant is guilty? This is a conclusion I have drawn as a result of the copious notes I have typed. Clearly, but I'm asking you to explain why you've drawn that conclusion. Please don't distract me. It makes it extremely hard to concentrate on my note-keeping. This is going nowhere. Huh, how are we pitting? I thought maybe we had to pair them off, that it's just like 2 each and they all gonna fight, but like how do you like someone who's emotionally driven instead of logically driven, maybe? Like
Hold it!
That's how much it costs to take the omnibus? That's right. As the guildmaster, I decided to set a policy for all drivers across the city. 1 fare, no matter which bus you take or how far you're going. Well, that doesn't seem very economically viable. We have to compete with the rise of the motor car, you see. Us coachmen have to make it stand together. Motor cars, you say? Yes, and this murder on one of our buses is extremely damaging to our case. Sorry, our cause. It's beyond the pale. It'll lead to a decline in passengers, you mark my words, and it's all that rascal's fault. He has to pay. Is it the crime or his buses he's more worried about? Probably his buses, his livelihood. Anyway, every member of my guild is reliable and trustworthy. So if the driver says he saw him do it, that fellow in the dock is as guilty as sin. The scoundrel stabbing that poor man on the floor, it beggars belief. Isn't the bus fare the same no matter how far you ride it? At least where I'm from? It depends. It varies. Where I grew up in Cardiff, it wasn't that. It was the fare was dependent on how far you would go. In Toronto, you could get on the bus and you could get a transfer at one of the intersections in order to go as far as you want in 2 directions. But yeah, I really think you should stop waving that needle around. You heard what the good coachman said before, didn't you? That hideous man stabbed the poor fellow, just like this. Yes, that's what he said, you're right. Gilded Park is such a lovely little place too. I've always enjoyed resting my legs there while I get on with my knitting. And I had thought that anyone who donated such a delightful place must have been a fine fellow indeed. Suppose I was wrong. Whoever would have thought he was a miserable, murdering moneylender with not a scrap of remorse? Oh, help. She's as sure as she can be that he's guilty now. That lady certainly seems to know her mind, doesn't she? So, we just need to find 2 jurors with contradictory statements and pit them against each other. Which is so much easier said than done. Is that perhaps what you were just thinking? How did you know? Well, I took the liberty of doing some research in case you happen to find yourself in just this situation. Shall I read to you what I found? It's a little long, I'm afraid. Is this like a hint system or what? Should I say yes or no? Let's see if you want to hear more tutorial hints. I don't think we need it. It's fine. After relying on advice right from the start, how will I get on later? No, oh, that was... What? Why is she reading it? This is Ryu's lines. No, I need to work this out for myself now. Is that perhaps what you were just... Oh, okay, there you go. How did you know? Well, that sort of attitude is it's most admirable, Mr. Naruhodo. I know what I have to do. Let's listen to those assertions one more time. Okay, so what was it about money? Yeah, this one. And we're pitting this one against it.
Objection!
Those two statements clearly contradict each other. Oh, they do. Explain yourself, counsel. Me? Oh dear, what have I said? I swore on Silver Blaze's maiden name. I haven't the first idea what you're talking about. You guys are on trial now. According to the group testimony we've heard so far, there were 4 passengers on the omnibus on the night in question. And according to the coachman, Mr. Beppo, he took 20 pence in fares. Quite right. I have those precise details typed neatly here in front of me. Oh, someone just got off the coach a little bit before it happened. A juror number 5 also told us the following. The fare for the omnibus is always 4 pence. That it is. A fair and convenient single price. Just the way London's carriages should be operated. But that doesn't add up at all. In fact, it leaves a glaring discrepancy in the facts. Why, man, why? 4 passengers paying 4 pence each. If you do the multiplication, it would be 16 pence. Exactly, as I said, it doesn't add up. The figures are different. By 4 pence, in fact. Or precisely, 1 person's fare. 1 person's fare? Fair play, yes. In other words, Sumari on the omnibus that night. It's distinctly possible. There was another passenger we've heard nothing about. No, it's the driver. He has to pay too. By Jove. This can't be right. The coachmen of the guild are good, honest men, one and all. Trustworthiness is our watchword. The figures your coachman claims most certainly do not add up. Your watchword, good sir, is a fallacy. I beg your pardon? I beg your pardon? Mr. Guildmaster, I think you ought to consider that if this trial were to end now, the news will surely spread all over London. The news that one of your coachmen tried to hide the fact that he lets nefarious characters ride his omnibus, or he overcharges by 1 pence and pockets the extra pence. Scandalous! Holy shit! All right then, how do I make it so this miserable trial doesn't end? Changing your vote. Well, according to my book here, you simply launch a ball of fire into the innocent side of the set of scales. How is she in charge all of a sudden? Now hold your horses there, coachman. We were all in agreement. Why do you have to go and... Wait till I get my hands on you, Beppo. Oh man, Van Crease is gonna be so fucking upset. Oh, this is all very irritating. Begging your pardon, sir. I'm going to do the same. For the love of Mike, not you as well. Who the fuck is Mike? Michael! A penny can be the difference between a smile and a tear, after all. I certainly can't put my trust in someone who doesn't follow my exacting standards in financial matters. Oh, really? I, for one, think it's only proper that we hear from the witnesses again. Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo. You did it! If we can manage to change 2 more jurors' minds, we can force the trial to continue. 2 more, actually. There is something else that's bothering me about a couple of their assertions. Is there? Because nothing's fucking bothering me about them, then that's where you must strike next. So I need to pit 2 more jurors against each other and show there's another contradiction in their assertions. Exactly, you can do it. Well, the scales of justice have shifted, but they still weigh heavily on the side of guilt. Counsel, you have the floor again. Continue with your summation examination. Okay, so it was. Wait, we can press them? No, we can't. I'm changing my leaning to innocent. I should like to hear what the slipshod bookkeeper has to say for himself. Beppo, this trial has to continue so I can get to the bottom of its corruption. Not guilty, I say. Okay, so it was this guy that had a hint for it at the end. He stuck the chap next to him just like this. Brazen, I must say, absolutely brazen. Oh, it's that it was on the floor.
Objection!
Those two statements are completely contradictory. Oh, what? Explain, counsel, post haste. Oh, dearie me, I was only knitting a jumper for my other half. Jumper. Jumper is a British word. What is all this claptrap? What does contradictory even mean, I ask you? We've heard from more than one witness that they allegedly saw the actual moment when the defendant stabbed the victim. Now, out of curiosity, juror number 3. What? Can't you see that I'm busy here? How would you say the defendant stabbed the victim? What sort of motion was it? Ha, want to test me, do you? Stab. It was like this, stuck the fellow next to him without even getting up, just like the prim banker said. Oh, so this is what I said when the guys, the coachman said that he went in and saw him lying down and then he got stabbed in the stomach. Yeah, there's 2 versions. So one of them said he stabbed him when he was sitting next to him, and then the coachman said he got him stabbed when he was laying on the floor. Okay. Maybe that's just the guy reaching over and trying to pull the knife out? Yes. Oh yes, that was Mr. Fairplay's testimony. Quite true. Now then, juror number 6. Oh, is that me? Is that me, is it? What can I do for you, young man? How would you say the defendant stabbed the victim, madam? Oh, well, dear, as far as I understand it, it was like this. He stabbed the poor man after he collapsed on the floor. The coachman said so. Now don't move. Take a look at these 2 jurors. He stuck the fellow next to him without even getting up. And he stabbed the poor man after he collapsed on the floor. Can I move now, dearie? Well, I never. They're stabbing in totally different directions. What? Bless my stitches, what a muddle. What this tells us is that there's a strong possibility one of the witnesses isn't telling the truth. So true. Thank you, Corny Dog, for 20 months. I guess Henry Bit is dying. I guess I'm becoming useless now. I'm Trumpenry? What? Thanks for the streams, Joe. I don't understand this one, sorry. Thank you very much for the message and the resub though, Corny Dog. And thank you to 2Gem for the 5 months also. Thank you very much. It's quiet now with no music. Oh, look at the heart on the jumper. That's nice. But why? Why the dickens would they lie? Oh, is bringing Dickens into this? I don't know that yet, but what do I know? Is that if the trial ends at this point, we may never find out. We may never know the real truth. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, can you really let that happen in all good conscience? Lies, you say? Oh, dearie me. I'm pretty sure there was the word trumpery in one of the latest pathos. There was, yeah. I can't abide people telling lies. It wasn't a Trump joke. You can all calm down. It's all right. The scales. I don't believe it. Wait. Now hear this, my fellow jurors. I warn you, you cannot listen to this man. Look at him in his black suit. He's clearly some devious Eastern sorcerer using magic on us all. If I could use magic, do you really think I'd be putting myself through all this? Answer me this, Dark Jinx. Is that a new skin? Me? What exactly is the problem? What of it if 2 witnesses have slightly different recollections of events? What of it? Let's say the Shylock did stab the victim as he was sat next to him on the omnibus. And this young dandy saw him do it. Now let's say the victim collapsed on the floor and then the Shylock stabbed him again. And this old lady saw him do it. Well, what's to say it didn't happen like that, hmm? Who are you calling a dandy, sir? Why, I should take this knife to you. Murder, murder in the court. Who are you calling old? Why should I take this needle to you? Ugh, they're ready to kill each other now. Everyone wants to stab each other. But could the foreman of the jury be right? Did the two witnesses see two different moments of the same crime? It's possible, it's out of the question. I mean, it's possible, yeah. It's true. There's an outside chance of almost anything you care to mention. There's an outside chance of almost anything you care to mention. Exactly the point I've been trying to make. Before you go any further, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, what is it, Miss Susie? I think you should have a look through the court record. Ah, you see? This evidence makes it quite clear. There isn't even an outside chance of what the juror is saying. Oh, was he only stabbed once? How did I miss that? Unfortunately, Mr. Foreman. What is it, you dark jinx? Again? Come on, out with it. What you're suggesting is impossible. It's out of the question. What? What are you talking about, man? How can you possibly say that? You do realize that I'm only doing my job. As foreman of the jury, I have a responsibility to steer everyone in the right direction. So where's your evidence, man? That's what we want to see. He looks familiar. I say the two witnesses saw two different moments of the same crime. If you say that's out of the question, show me some proof. It looks like the only way I'm going to convince him is to present him with something he can't dismiss. Some irrefutable hard evidence. As you wish. What? I'll give you the proof. It's out of the question that the two witnesses saw two different moments of the same crime, as proven by... the photo? Victim, named thrice fired Mason. 3-dog, male, aged 54, occupation brickmaker. Time and cause of death, 15th February, 10 p.m. to 11 p.m. Stabbed once in the abdomen with a knife while journeying in an omnibus. Died due to internal hemorrhaging resulting from the trauma. Okay, so is it that they want that, or do they want the photo? He was never laying down. Whoa, what's that? Huh. This is definitely blood, isn't it? Not the most pleasant sight to be confronted with on our first day in London. Well, nothing will come of grumbling now. No. By the way, is Mr. McGilded right-handed? Yes, I believe so. He was toying with a coin in his right hand a little earlier. Ah, pity. If only been left-handed. Maybe he's ambidextrous. I think blood on either glove would be fairly incriminating, really. Oh shit, we can explore the whole thing. Okay, in the interest of moving it forward, let's present it. I think it's probably that he was only stabbed once. But it could be that it's the photo. I think the photo should definitely not be rejected. But the autopsy might be? Let's go autopsy and see if they accept it.
Take that!
This is the victim's autopsy report. According to what's written here, Mr. Mason was stabbed in the abdomen. Only once. Only once? It's quite simple. The victim was stabbed precisely one time. Which means these witnesses can't possibly have seen it happen 2 different times. Alright. Would it have accepted the photograph too? Probably, right? Alright, I concede defeat. Innocent. Wait, that means 4 jurors are now leaning to not guilty. We've done it, Mr. Naruhodo. We've won. If the other 2 did, then we would win the case right now. What are you playing at, you dandy fool? Shut your trap, sir. No one deceives me. But we had a consensus. I said shut your trap. I know a liar when I see one. And if the chap ever dares to cross the threshold of my shop, I'll take this razor-sharp blade and shave every last hair off his head. You have your own shop, so you're rich yourself. Please tell me he's a barber. Well, in quite a remarkable turn of events, the defense's summation examination has flipped the balance of the scales of justice. We should bring this back. The jurors now stand at 2 for guilty and 4 for not guilty. Accordingly, there is no longer a large enough majority among the jury for me to adjudicate. And the trial must continue. After a brief recess, here we go. I hereby ask the defense, prosecution, and witness to return to their places. And I call upon all of you to continue to pursue the truth. Alright, thank you, Judge. So, Lord Van Zeeks, continue to substantiate the case for the prosecution, if you please. I'm not owned. Uh-oh. Chalice time. Coping. Oh. Bro. He just shattered his chalice. Having savored the rich aroma of the carmine contents of this hallowed chalice. Carmine? It may seem crass to crush it to dust. Pray forgive the discourtesy. Lord Van Zeeks? Is it cold in here, or is it just me? As your antiquated tome no doubt says, the prosecution may not speak during a summation examination. Oh, so he does know it. So I honored a deathly silence and listened to the charade. It seems I overestimated the intelligence of the jury. Oh shit! Insulting the jury is a choice? Well, no matter. There's nothing so hard to prove as a self-evident truth, it would seem. No, and why else would we grace the courtroom with our presence after all? The zoom! So, let us proceed to the next round of battle. Okay, will it keep zooming? Oh. Damn. Bring forth the witnesses once more. Witnesses, I trust you heard the summation examination we have just had to endure. Oh, yes, sir, that I did, sir. Of course I heard it. Oh, yes, sir, I heard it. You, sir, on the end, the coachman. I believe it's Beppo. Yes, sir, my lord, sir. If it transpires that in your previous testimony you were attempting to veil the presence of a fifth passenger on your omnibus, you will be found guilty of perjury. You were advised. Oh, we do that here, do we? You were advised to bear that in mind, sir. Oh, mio dio. A liberal, Now that witnesses, I hereby call on you to testify before the court again. You will explain the various misgivings brought to our attention by the defense's summation examination. Various misgivings. I only carried 4 passengers that night, I swear it, but, well, I, for one, was told I had to pay 5 pence for the bus. Oh, he really was skimming! He filled this on the fare, he did. And then I saw that blood-curdling sight as well. It's all too much. I tell you, I saw Miss McGilded stabbing that man. Everything I said before stands. Oh, yes, he stabbed him. Yes, he did. I think so, yes. Counsel, make sense of this for me, please. The phantom fifth passenger conjured into existence by my learned Eastern friend never existed. The confusion has arisen from the coachman's sly little coisonage, fuckery. Beppo, explain yourself. I'm terribly sorry, Guildmaster. The guild's fare is 4 pence across the board. You know that. Am I to understand that you've been overcharging our passengers by a penny a fare? It's so cold, and the last run of the day is always half empty. You have been dishonest, coachman. I'm so sorry. You're a disgrace, Beppo. A disgrace. And your selfish actions have brought dishonor on the entire guild. If I may, sir, I had to pay 10 pence on the bus just last week. What? 4 passengers at 5 pence each is, yes, 20 pence. We had to pay a guinea to get here. I've done the arithmetic 10 times already, but I just can't make the result come out differently. No, that figures. Well, it would appear that one of the aforementioned misgivings has already been explained. So, counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, if you please. Oh, back to guilty. We've already had the pleasure of a protracted summation examination today. I see you intend to continue the parlor games. Does he get to do a summation examination if they all go to not guilty? Absolutely. I only carried 4 passengers at night, I swear.
Hold it!
So, there were only 4 passengers on your carriage, but you didn't charge them with the standard 4 pence fare. Is that right? It's impossible to make the last run of the day pay. I was so cold, it was all I could do to stop myself passing out. I kind of feel bad for him. Like, you know, there's something to be said about off hours. You have to spend a little bit more, you know, like, yeah, I feel a little bit bad for him. I'm getting chilblains just listening to you. It was terrible, so I wanted to give myself a pat on the back for even keeping the bus running. Doesn't a dedicated coachman deserve an extra penny per passenger? You're digging a deeper hole for yourself here. If only there'd been a 5th passenger on the omnibus that night, then we would have had another suspect. Huh. Well, I for one was told I had to pay 5 pence for the bus. Does that mean everyone on board that night paid 5 pence instead of 4? Well, I paid 5 pence too, sir. And I just told you that I did. A flat fare of 5 pence across the board. It's not something to be proud of. The so-called discrepancy my learned friend identified was nothing of the sort. Much like the phantom killer you so desperately needed, it's gone, dead, and buried. I'd have been happy if it had ever existed in the first place. Okay, so unless the guy was already dead when you got on the bus and you were trying to pull the knife out to save him or something, like, it's not looking good, whatever the defendant's name is.
Objection!
Shit, that's the wrong button. The witness's last statement is clearly not at odds with this piece of evidence. No, fucking wrong button. Fucking hell. I'm sorry, counsel, but I failed to see the connection. Oh. And for heaven's sake, would you kindly desist from that wide-eyed, panic-stricken look that you are wont to wear? What's the only panic-stricken look I know? How do I get to the people? I can't remember the guy's name. McGild, that's his name. Okay. McGilden. It's not looking good, McGild. This blood-curdling sight, you mean the murder, I presume? Yes, sir. A loathsome sight. No one should have to witness the horror in the eyes of a man the moment his life is taken. Oh well, not exactly, sir. I mean, I didn't actually see the exact moment the gent was stabbed. Well, good gracious, really? We have another witness who did, however. The banker has already testified to it. Mr. First didn't actually see the point at which the victim was killed. That may turn out to be very significant. I heard the banker gent next to me take a sharp intake of breath, see? That's when I looked through the glass. That's when I saw that horrible blade poking out from his belly, all covered in blood. Every time I see a knife now, I can't help screaming, even when I'm eating. That's rough, buddy. I tell you, I saw McGill stabbing that man. Everything I said before stands. He's facing forward now, too. And you saw the defendant, Mr. McGilded, stabbing the victim, Mr. Mason, who was sitting next to him? That's what I said, isn't it? It was bothering me before, this was. For just a brief moment, he hesitated before answering the question. Anyway, there was only the two of them inside the carriage, wasn't there? There's been much talk of a fifth passenger, but as yet, zero evidence. Then what are we all wasting all this time for, eh? It's black and white, the man's guilty. Something about Mr. Fairplay's testimony just jars with me. I wish I could work out what it was. Oh, yes, he stabbed him. Yes, he did. I think so, yes. Earlier, you testified that you saw the moment when the defendant allegedly stabbed the victim, didn't you? Oh, yes, that's right. You said that the victim was on the floor and described the assailant holding a knife in an ice-pick grip. I suppose I might have, you know, yes, put the cart before the horse, maybe. What's this? Perjury for all. Well, I'm quite sure about most of it. I was driving the horses when I heard a scream from the seats on the roof deck. Oh, I expect that was me, sir. Then when I turned around, yes, I saw it through the skylight. The gentleman was on the floor and the knife was sticking out of his midriff. That's right, yes, and the fellow holding the handle was the famous man, yes? So in short, Sumari, you didn't see the moment when the victim was actually stabbed at all? I really thought I did, but when I go over it again in my head, no, I suppose I didn't actually see the precise moment of the stabbing, did I? Oh. Okay, do we just switch over right now, or what?
Excuse me.
Do you have something to say about that, Mr. Fairplay? Now you listen to me. I know what you're thinking. He didn't really see the exact moment the fellow was stabbed. What are the chances of that? Eh? Are you asking me or telling me? He's getting flustered. I might be able to extract some new information from him if I answer him cleverly. Could you have just happened to see the exact moment the crime was committed? No chance! Fuck no, Ari! Well, it is a little hard to believe, certainly. Unless you spend your time peeping through a skylight on top of an omnibus, that is. Peeping? I'm a respectable city banker, I'll have you know. And I know what I saw. I remember it as clear as a Ballarat day. It was a grim scene, I don't mind telling you. Thank you, Mr. Fairplay. Oh, excuse me if I was getting a little hot under the collar there, my lord. I would ask you to supplement your testimony with a clear statement about what exactly you saw. Oh, I could do that all right. I'll tell you just how grim it was. Nami. Do you think I forget the sight of those blood-soaked hands after the butcher stabbed the man?
Hold it!
Blood-soaked? Ahem. Well, perhaps soaked is laying on a little thick, like the blood, but anyway, there was definitely blood all over them. Both of them were covered in it. And you saw that from the roof? Through the skylight? Well, the skylight's reasonably large, so I had a pretty good view. And there was a lamp on the inside of the carriage as well, so I'm quite sure what I saw. It was better lit in there than it was in the fucking room on the ship. This banker's latest statement. I feel sure there's something not quite right about it. So the only one glove has blood. When you feel something isn't at, Mr. Naruhodo, that's when you should have a good look through the court record. Not long ago, this trial very, very nearly came to an end. Somehow, we've managed to keep our chances alive here. I can't waste this cross-examination. I have to use it to bring some new facts to light. If you're not careful when you press these witnesses, the danger is that the jury will end up believing something unhelpful as they did before. Maybe, but we can't let the fear of that happening stop us from uncovering important information. How are you liking Suzato compared to Maya so far? Infinitely better. Maya was so fucking annoying. I really didn't like Maya. Suzato's really good. Yes, you're so right. See what I mean? She keeps telling me I'm right. I need to pay careful attention here. I don't want to miss even a flicker of a reaction among these witnesses. Remember, if you happen to spot one of the witnesses reacting in a strange way, don't hesitate to pursue them as to the reason. Someone's lying to you, you have to pursue.
Objection!
Blood-soaked hands. Well, I mean, that soap might be laying on a little thick, but anyway, there was definitely blood all over them. Both of them were covered in it. Well, I'm very sorry to disagree, Mr. Fairplay, but that's more than a little peculiar. What? Here are the gloves worn by the defendant, Mr. McGilded, on the night in question. Oh, yes, right? And there certainly does appear to be a sizable dark-colored stain there, but as I'm sure you can clearly see, it's only on the right-hand glove. Arrgh. In short, Sumari, Mr. Fairplay, your testimony is inconsistent. But, no, that can't be right. Who gives a shit? There's still blood on the glove. Fucking, why waste your time? So you're the liar here then. Gog! You chewing your fucking cane, bro? That's right. You were quite clear about it. You said, humph, it was both hands. Grrr! Alright, he's... fucking... top, under, and crash out? Number 3? Like, okay, sorry. Mr. Fairplay, if your last statement was a lie, it calls your entire testimony into question. You say you saw the moment the victim was stabbed, but is that really the truth?
Objection!
Objection. It was a simple mistake. You can't justify accusing this man of lying. Okay, Hawkeye has a point. Yes, it wasn't both hands. It was only one, but the fact remains. The victim's blood was on the accused.
Objection.
No, Mr. Fairplay categorically stated that he saw blood all over both hands, which means there's a strong possibility that this witness was deliberately trying to mislead the court. Why? I'm a city banker, for pity's sake. My word should be the gold standard. I'm a gentleman, not some gutter snipe. What's a gutter snipe? Upstanding members of society don't perviscerate. Like a scoundrel? A hooligan? He's claiming to have no reason to lie. Is that really the case? Mr. Naruhodo, if we had some evidence to explain why Mr. Fairplay might be lying, it could turn the tide in this trial completely. Something to show this man has compelling reason to lie in his testimony. Is there something in the banking book? This portfolio must contain all sorts of secrets of London's gentry. Oh dear, do you really think we ought to look inside? Well, it's not as though we know any of London's gentry personally, is it? Apart from our great detective friend, perhaps? God, I hope he's in here. Actually, I wonder. I assure you that we will not find Mr. Shome's name inside. Well, let's see what we find. Gosh, it's crammed full of gentlemen's names, isn't it? Well, I suppose they're probably not all gentlemen at all, are they? After all, not everyone in this country is well off. Ah, goodness! What is it? Look at this. Do you see the name here? Bruce Fairplay. Ah, should that mean something to me? It does sound strangely familiar, actually. Bruce Fairplay. The witness testifying at this very moment. Oh, yes, of course, the banker. Why is his name in here? Ah, he borrowed 20 guineas, did he? And look, the repayment date is fast approaching. It's possible that this is just a coincidence, of course, but this could be very useful information. Details of the debtor's ledger has been updated in the court record. Among the defense listed debtors is Bruce Fairplay, who would have been due to repay his loan imminently. B. Fairplay. Anything else, or is like, did we just inspect both pages? Yeah, it is, okay. I have evidence. My lord. Yes, counsel. The defense is ready to present evidence. By Jove, are you sure? Yes, evidence that will clearly demonstrate why Mr. Fairplay had a reason to lie in his testimony. Grrrr. Very well. I hereby call on the defense to present its evidence. Evidence is a big word.
Take that!
This is a list of the debtors who owe money to Mr. McGilded. Thank you, Zorox, for the bits. Just finished the Patho VODs. Glad to hear that you liked it. Can't wait to see more in a few weeks. I'm looking forward to Pathologic 2 as well, yeah. I hope it's good. It's unthinkable to me that it's going to be better than Patho 1, so if it is, then that's going to be a really good time for me. Yeah, Pathologic was definitely a bad game, but a really, really good experience. Very well written. Thank you to Sesh for the 32 months as well, with a dancing Joms. The dancing variant. Thank you very much for the Joms. Sesh. Yes, a list of innocent victims crippled by the accused extortion. The point is, among the names of these debtors is your name, Mr. Bruce Fairplay. What? Mr. Fairplay, are you currently indebted financially to the accused? No, well, it's barely worthy of being called a debt. According to this ledger, you owe 20 guineas. Not an inconsiderable sum of money, wouldn't you say? When you play System Shock 1 Remake, now that Mandalorian made a video on it, said it's good. I would like to play the remake, yeah. I tried to play the original. I played System Shock 2 for the Prey video, and I tried to play System Shock 1 at the time, and loaded it up and just bounced off it in 10 seconds. I was like, fuck this. Like, this is a weird kind of marriage of like moving first-person shooter while also being point-and-click adventure. I was like, I'm good, thanks. Yeah, but System Shock 2 was a good time. Prey was better, I think, but yeah, the remake might be good. Arg. Well, what of it? Let's suppose Mr. McGilded were to be found guilty of murder. What would become of your debt in that case? These documents state that in the loan agreement is forged. Oh, wow. Oh, sorry for yawning. These documents state that the loan agreement is forged between two individual parties. Therefore, were the creditor, the defendant here, to be sentenced to a capital punishment, all outstanding debts which were owed to him would be annulled. They would cease to exist. Cease to exist? Mr. Fairplay, is it not the case that you claimed in your testimony to have seen something you never in fact saw, in a devious attempt to annul your debt of 20 guineas to the defendant? Order, Mr. Bruce Fairplay. Yes, my lord. Let me ask you again, and be aware that your answer may have most serious implications upon your future, sir. Grrr. Did you or did you not see the precise moment in time at which the defendant is alleged to have thrust a knife into the victim? Your silence speaks volumes. You did not tell the truth in your testimony. Alright, now let's not make a melodrama out of this. Perhaps I did overstate the truth a pinch. A pinch. But it makes no difference. I definitely remember seeing blood on McGilded's hands. Both of them. Huh? And yet, only one of the defendant's gloves, which we have here as evidence, is stained. He wasn't wearing gloves. Grr, so you keep saying. I wonder if I might be allowed to speak, sir? Go ahead, Mr. First. Well, the thing is, I think I remember seeing it myself, as it happens. Seeing what? The blood, sir, on the assailant's hands. I think, yes. I'm almost sure that it was on both of his hands, not just one. What? 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 It would appear that we're going to need further testimony from all you witnesses. A lot of testimony in this trial, huh? This time, I would like to know precisely what you did and what you did not see. Do I make myself perfectly clear? Well, that's going to take a while. That's pretty much everything in all of existence, isn't it? Yarg! Mr. Naruhodo, this is good news. The course of the trial seems to have shifted slightly at last. Yes. Man, she's so optimistic. I might finally have a chance to turn things around here. Daddy's been quiet for a while, huh? Huh. What the witnesses really saw. There was blood on both hands of the assailant. I sincerely and distinctly remember that. However, I suppose you might say that I didn't see the exact moment stabbing transpired, if that matters. I remember seeing the knife, and I remember seeing both the attacker's hands with blood on them. I didn't actually see anything myself. No, not until I heard that scream. Anyway, the fact remains, there can't have been anyone else inside that carriage, or we all would have seen. Really? Because you can only see one angle of it, right? Daddy Pig? Oh, Peppa. Well, lo and behold. In truth of fact, not one of you was witness to the crucial moment the crime was perpetrated. I apologize, my lord, but honestly, there was no one else inside that carriage, and the man's hands were covered in blood. That much incriminating evidence is tantamount to saying we saw the man do it. That's really not what testimony is about. Let us examine the interior of the omnibus once more. The victim's fresh blood is clearly visible on the seat, corroborating with the witnesses' accounts. In other words, sumari, there is no substantial nor significant change in the facts of the case. Very well. Your cross-examination, please, counsel. Yes, my lord. Yes, General Tullius. I think it might be time to look at the omnibus. Can we look at this? Can we, like, move it? No. Can we inspect something? No. How did blood get to the bottom? It just ran down and pulled? Oh, it's a button that's missing. A button has been pulled off. Okay. How did Kazuma do this? Oh, it's a W. It's not an M. It was Wilson! An ornate letter M. Undeniably Mr. Magnus McGilda's initial. And it's beautifully gilded, too. It must be very valuable, I should think. Ah, what is it? Look at this M. If you turn it upside down, it becomes a W. This could change everything. Danganronpa characters could never. A W? 11037. What could it mean? Yes, this is one of those, you know, turnabout cases. I'm sure of it. I'm afraid I don't know it all. But what I am sure of is that this is an M. Oh, well, that idea was quickly quashed. Oh, never mind. Can't find anything out of place. That part is the sheath, isn't it? Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, sorry, yes. I just don't really like blades. Oh, why'd you have a fuck-off katana then? Those don't seem like the words of a man with a large katana slung for his weight. Yep. That's not a blade. That's Kazuma's soul. Anyway. There's no sense in delaying it. Let's see what the blade looks like. Oh, we pulled it out. Holy shit. Oh, that looks a lot like blood. It surely is blood. The victim's. An Englishman's blood looks a lot like a Japanese man's blood. Did you think it wouldn't? Sorry, it's just that we've only just arrived here in Great Britain. I'm finding it a little hard to adjust. Yes, I do understand. Okay, is that it? I gotta say, there's not a lot of blood on this knife for how deep it must have gone into him. You expect the blood to be up here, right? This is kind of a shallow... Yeah. Is that a mistake, or is that an every detail matters moment? Phoenix Wright Omnibus. can certainly see inside the carriage through this opening, that's for sure. Yes, and there's a lamp in the enclosed cabin. So I'm sure the witnesses would have been able to see quite clearly. That's not good for us. Okay, so they were both on the back bench here. Two bros sharing a bench when there was an empty bench here? Interesting. London, 5th Avenue, and here's where the coachman was sitting. So this is the roof deck of the omnibus. Oh, you must have a wonderful view of London streets from up here. So people sit all the way up here on bitter winter nights with the cold air rushing past them, and they have to pay money to do so? I can't imagine how cold it must feel. That just made me think of something horrible. Can you imagine being dragged around the city in the freezing cold as a punishment? Perhaps that is the real price you pay to stay out late. Poor guy working in that. Jobmaster's London head office. Well, let's open the door and go inside, shall we? Ugh, the scene of a murder. It's horrible. Third time, bud. Okay, blood. This seat has a handle, it seems. Oh-ho, secret compartment. I like secret compartments. Really hope to have one day. This looks like all sorts of equipment that might be needed to keep the omnibus running. Feeding tubs, tools to repair wheels, blankets, horseshoeing tools. So it's a storage compartment for the coachman to keep his things, it seems. Doesn't seem to be any space for passengers to show their luggage, that's for sure. Well, I don't imagine it would be very convenient for that purpose anyway. Is there one on this side? No, there isn't. Huh. What's that all about? Ah, that's a poster for the great exhibition that's due to start 6 months from now, where someone else is going to get killed. There's a lot of focus being drawn to the Crystal Tower, the centerpiece of the whole exposition. Oh, that's someone's going to die there. Oh, the Crystal Tower. It's under construction already, I believe. People all over London must be fizzing with excitement at the prospect of such a grand event. Believe it or not, murder. Ah, that's a poster for the great exposition that's due to 6 months from now. Okay, yeah. Quite a large skylight, isn't it? Yes, quite large enough to afford a good view into the cabin from the roof deck. And there doesn't appear to be a handle or catch of any description, so I suppose it can't be opened from inside the cabin at least. Interesting. That's blood that's soaked into the seat. The victim's, obviously. Yes, and that seat would clearly be visible from the roof deck. Would you really stab somebody in full view of the other passengers like that, I wonder? Well, if you were stupid, it was after dark, and there was a lamp on in here, so perhaps the culprit couldn't see anything outside through the skylight. Whichever way you look at it, it doesn't seem like it was a planned attack. Okay. I think that was everything. Alright, let's do the testimony now.
Hold it!
How do they know this stuff? The carriage is actually in the room with them. It was brought in. It was shipped in. Believe it or not. No, the evidence tells us otherwise. We have the gloves the defendant was wearing on the night in question in the court record. I'm well aware of that, sir, but nevertheless, I know what I saw, and I stand by it. The man had blood on both his hands. He's defiant, even in the face of hard evidence. He's steadfastly refusing to admit that he might be mistaken about what he saw. But why? Your reasoning is dire. Damn. Busting out the word dire. One hand or two, the salient point remains unchanged. Minutes after the grim crime, the victim's blood dripped guiltily from the accused's fingers. The accused's fingers. However, I suppose you might say that I didn't see the exact moment stabbing transpired, if that matters. Don't try to downplay this. Whether or not you saw the exact moment of the crime is a matter of fundamental importance, as you well know. But for crying out loud, we all know that no one else could have possibly done it. I was just trying to save us all some time. You have a loan of 20 guineas outstanding with the defendant, do you not? Humph. Had you hoped to release yourself from that financial burden by ensuring the defendant was found guilty? Well, arg! That's not entirely not what I was hoping for. Arrgh! I just lost a little guinea or 10 when I backed the wrong horse in the derby. That's all. Grrr. I was going to win it all back. There's a fixture this weekend. That's a sure thing. What is it with mysteries and having horse races? Ah, a little guinea or 10. I'm a banker. I'm a lawyer. I'm a watcher. No one bats an eye if I borrow a little spending money for the weekend. Santa Claus judge is very upset. I think you may have revealed rather more about your character than you bargained for, sir. This witness's scruples are not on trial here. Well, they kinda are though, because you know he's lying because of his debts and shit. Proceed to the next witness. Is that really how it's supposed to work? I remember seeing the knife, and I remember seeing both of the attacker's hands with blood on them.
Hold it!
You definitely saw that too? Blood on both hands? Yes, sir. I mean, I know what you're going to say. Only one of Mr. McGildy's gloves has any signs of blood on it. That's right. The thing is, as far as I remember, sir, when I looked down and saw Mr. McGildy sitting beside the other fellow, I don't believe he was wearing any gloves, sir. He wasn't wearing these gloves? That's correct, sir. And I saw the blood on both his bare hands quite clearly. Buy a bigger hat! Oh my god, it's so annoying. It's true that the dark colored stain on the dark leather gloves wouldn't have been easy to see. Bro, what have you got? I should point out that the police officer who apprehended the accused on the night in question reported that there was no trace of blood on Mr. McGildy's gloved hands. Huh? There wasn't blood on his hands? This is puzzling indeed. This must be significant somehow, I'm sure of it. Did he wipe his hands somewhere? What's going on here? No inspector in this case. I thought he was going to be in every single one. You didn't see anything? Oh, yes, sir. That is to say, no, sir, I didn't. Very sorry about what I said before, sir. Very sorry, yes? It was very wrong of me to make up stories and say I saw him stab the man. It's going around, don't worry about it. Wouldn't you agree, sir? Humph. I know what you're insinuating, but I certainly wasn't making up stories. You were a little bit, though. Still, to say you saw nothing isn't right either, is it? No, sir, I saw nothing at all. Mr. Beppo, you were driving your horses. At the very least, you must have enjoyed a good view of London streets. Now, no? I'm not owed. Oh, please, you didn't even see that? It was so cold that night, you see. It was all I could do to keep from passing out, sir. Yes, my head was fairly frozen solid. Sorry to say, sir. It would seem prudent to avoid travel on the last omnibus service of London's cold winter nights. Oh yeah, there's a jury! Beppo! I forgot about the jury. Holy shit. Anyway, the fact remains, there can't have been anyone else inside that carriage, or we all would have seen.
Hold it!
What about the secret compartment? Oh! And everything you saw of the incident was through the skylight on the roof of the omnibus? That's right. It was fiercely cold that night, but the glass wasn't frosted over. Oh yes, I remember I was shivering. It was so bitter. Which rather begs the question of why the pair of you were sitting on the roof deck in the first place. Well, I don't know about this young fellow, but I couldn't enter the cabin. Oh? Why not? It was locked from the inside. I tried knocking, but no one opened the door. It was locked? That's right. And it's a public bus service, for pity's sake. That's not what I call fair play. Okay, so there's someone hiding in the carriage in the compartment that we just opened. They're riding along, and McGildy actually really does fall asleep. Guy comes out, maybe even steals the knife that is his knife, or it could be just an unrelated knife, stabs him, goes back into the secret compartment, and then McGildy wakes up and is like, oh, good God, man, let me try to help you. Tries to grab him or get the knife out of him or something, or save him, and gets blood on his hands, and then it proceeds after that. And then when in the commotion of them opening the doors and stuff, he kind of sneaks out from the hidden compartment. That's right, and it's a public bus service, for pity's sake. That's not what I call fair play. Yes, I had exactly the same experience. I tried knocking, but the gent inside just gestured at me to clear off. So I had no choice but to climb up to the roof deck and look down longingly into the warm cabin below. Well, I can assure you, I wasn't just looking down, I was glaring long and hard. That's precisely why I can tell you with absolute confidence that if there was anyone else at all in that cabin, I would have noticed. Unequivocal, I would say. I'm not sure about these two witnesses. Would they really have seen everything inside the cabin through the skylight? They might not have been able to. Allow me to confirm one thing, Mr. Fairplay. You were riding this omnibus and witnessed the events in the cabin through the skylight in the floor of the upper deck. Is that right? That's right, yes. In that case, there is a portion of the cabin interior that would have been out of sight from you. What? By golly, really? Obviously, at this stage, we can't say for sure. But the possibility cannot be denied that at the time of the incident, there could have been another passenger in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus.
Objection!
Enough hypothetical meandering, my Nipponese friend. The prosecution demands that you substantiate your claims. After all, the scene of the crime is here, in the flesh. Very well, I will uphold the prosecution's demand. You will identify the area on this cross-sectional plan of the omnibus. Where exactly in the omnibus are you suggesting that this potential extra passenger could have been situated? Okay, so, like, they were sitting here, right? And they were looking down like that? They weren't sitting here and somehow, like looking back over it down at this one. Like no, it was this one. They're here looking down here. There we go. So here.
Take that!
Both rows of seats on the roof face in the direction of travel, whereas the seats in the enclosed cabin face each other, which means the visible part of the cabin, which passengers on the roof deck can see through the skylight, is as I've drawn here. My God, the artistic skills. Ah, that's right, my lord. As you can see, the seat opposite the one on which the victim and his attacker were sitting is obscured from view. In other words, Sumari, if someone had been sitting on that seat, it's quite possible these witnesses would have been completely unaware of it. Not true. I simply leaned forward a couple times and checked the whole thing. It's quite possible some phantom was sitting there. You Nipponese have a forbidding habit of obscuring the truth with ambiguity. I concur with the prosecution's rejoinder. In a British court of law, evidence is paramount. I cannot entertain this conjecture, counsel. That is, unless you're able to put a name to this mysterious passenger to whom you allude. What? I have to name who did it? What are you talking about? What fucking bullshit is it? Can you, Mr. Naruhodo? John Englishman. Oh, who's that? Oh, he's around. He could be here somewhere. Just name a woman. I honestly don't know. Who could have been? Who could have been in the other seat, which was out of sight from the witnesses on the roof deck? I have an inkling. I have no fucking idea. Ugh, I have literally no idea. But as a proud citizen of the Japanese Empire, just guess and make something up. You will look to the sky and walk on, making sure all signs of tears are gone. Go on. This isn't just a case of going on, Miss Susato. Alright then, I'll go on. The defense would like to put forward a name. It was me. Oh, you got another chalice? You are a fool. That response was a desperate attempt by a man who has no notion of his own limitations. A toast to hard lessons not yet learnt. Let's not delay, counsel. The defense is still to name the passenger in the other seat. This could be it. This could be the chance I've been waiting for to turn the trial in my favor. On that night, on the night of the murder, The person occupying a seat in the omnibus cabin that was obscured from the view was... male strong car. It was probably Magnus, and someone else was sitting next to him from down below. It's gotta be it.
Take that!
A passenger in the enclosed cabin that the witnesses on the roof deck failed to see. Has to have been Mr. Magnus McGilded. Mr. McGilded? Oh, what are you talking about, counsel? That's the name of the defendant.
Objection!
Lamayo got him. Whoa! If I desecrate this chamber by smashing my hallowed chalice, do forgive the discourtesy. How many do you have, bro? It's fucking... Kratos' axe, it just reassembles when you hit a button? What are we doing? Anyway, we're due for break, and this, you know, everyone's favorite characters on the screen with some chill music, so let's take a break. I'll be back in about 5 minutes. I'm going to use the bathroom, maybe get a snack, and fill up my water bottle. Alright, I'm back. Oh, man. It is really hard doing so much reading all in a row, by the way. I forgot how difficult it was. We haven't had to do this much reading since Umineko. Pathologic can get like that too, but there's a lot of walking around between the conversations, and here it's relentless, so yeah. I think I can go for at least another hour, hopefully the full stream, but yeah, we'll push on. Having a Gatorade, sorry. Why do you say it was so hard to top Patho 1? When something is really good, like if they made a Disco Elysium 2, I would say it's going to be really hard for them to top Disco Elysium. If they made a Crosscode 2, I'd be like, it's really going to be hard for them to top Crosscode 1. Outer Wilds 2 is going to be really hard to top Outer Wilds 1, that sort of thing. So yeah, it's just in that area. A lot of people say Patho 2 is really good and is the best one, so hopefully it's going to be a good time, but like, yeah. My worry is that they made it more accessible, which they absolutely should, and they made the game more fun. Fun is the wrong word, but that comes at the cost of the story and the writing, but maybe that's not the case. Anyway, let's continue. If I desecrate this chamber by smashing my hallowed chalice, do forgive the discourtesy. Lord Van Zeeks. Is it Zykes? People talk of those tiny island nations in the Far East as having a learning and culture of their own. But I see they use the terms ill-advisedly. Whoa! What are you trying to say? Let me explain in terms that even a student of an artless backwater such as yourself might understand. When the bloody scene unfolded, the victim and his assailant were sitting side by side. Multiple witnesses have attested to the fact. It is the very premise on which this case is built.
Objection.
But that premise may be wrong. What? If the victim really was sitting beside Mr. McGilded, it creates an inconsistency that can't be reconciled in any way. What inconsistency? What inconsistency, counsel? The defendant's gloves, my lord. Both witnesses made the same testimony. They claim that there was blood on both hands of the person sitting next to the victim.
Objection.
Yet we know the truth to be otherwise. Only one glove bears the gory remains. The point is, even in the face of this irrefutable evidence, both witnesses have maintained their stance. Yes, their testimony remains unchanged. Exactly, they both adamantly swear that they clearly remember seeing blood on both hands of the assailant. In short, sumari, their memory of events is correct, and their testimony reveals the truth. It was somebody else sitting beside the victim that night, a third party we have yet to identify. And the victim's blood was on that passenger's hands, both
Objection.
of them. And who was this third party? I don't know. Obviously, the true culprit. Extraordinary. Cool shot, I like it. Order! 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 What exactly are you postulating?
Objection.
The defense's postulation is just that, nothing more than conjecture. The witnesses have clearly stated that they saw the accused. But when elaborating on his testimony, Mr. Fairplay said the two of them were wearing hats and I couldn't exactly make out their faces. Well, that's true, yeah, Fairplay did say that, yep. Tops of their heads were obscured by the roof. I could see the rest of them, though. Yes, that's right. Both gents were most certainly hatted. Hatters do tend to know such things, sir. And What particular styles of hat did the two gentlemen sport, Mr. First? I'm afraid I don't remember. And you call yourself a hatter. The style of hat makes no difference. There was no third passenger in that cabin. How can you be so sure? Because if there had been, I would lose. The accused, Mr. McGilden, would have undoubtedly have offered to dispose the fact. Unless, that is, you are proposing an even more preposterous explanation. That the accused failed even to notice the presence of the true culprit in the very cabin in which he traveled? Ah! He's right. If there was another person traveling in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus, it's inconceivable that Mr. McGilden would have been unaware of it. He was asleep. Order! There's clearly a simple solution to this problem. Bring the accused, Mr. McGilden, to the stand. Well, what say you, counsel? The prosecution objects, my lord. On what grounds? As a suspect, he will have already made a full statement to the police. But what if there's some reason why he's unable to speak freely? Magnus McGilden is no uneducated ruffian. If it indeed turns out that the man has been withholding information, you can be sure it will have been a most deliberate act. Huh. Counsel for the defense, what is your opinion? My lord, should we ask Mr. McGilden to testify or not? Yeah. Yes, we need to hear what he has to say in order to find out the truth. The defense would like to call Mr. McGilden to the stand. In that case, I would like to hear the opinion of the jury. Yes, I need a little time to consider this. If you ask me, I think we should hear what Mr. McGilden has to say. Get the man out of here, get the man out here, I say, not out of here. It would be utterly illogical not to hear his testimony. Get fucked, Van Dyke! When something needs doing, get it done. That's how I run things at the guild. Hearing what the patron of my favorite little park has to say, oh yes, that would be lovely. Yes, the jury says the man must be heard. Very well. The court will hear the defendant's testimony. Bailiff, show the defendant to the stand at once. I felt like it was leading to like an intermission in the proceedings there for a second. Now maybe what actually happened that night will finally become clear. Huh. The proceedings be resumed. Mr. McGilden, have you been listening to the discourse of the day? To be sure I have, my lord. There are now two matters on which the court desires to hear from you. The first is whether or not there was a third party with you in the omnibus cabin as proposed by the defense. The second is that if such a person was indeed present, why did you conceal that fact from the police? But gad no, 'tis not in my nature to hide anything at all. Just answer the questions, please. The truth of the matter is, I've been desperate about this all along. Do I tell yous all, or keep my mouth shut? Tell us what, Mr. McGilden? The fine fellow representing me is absolutely right. In the carriage on the night with myself and the other man, there was another passenger. It's true? And he didn't pay a fare? Aye, and 'twas me who helped the little urchin get away after it all happened. You... what? No, Magnus McGilden. That convenient excuse can't save you now. I'm truly sorry, so I am, Lord Van Zykes. I'm sure you'll be wanting to know why I said nothing when I was taken in by the police. It's because I don't talk to cops. I do be having a very good reason, I assure you. Which was? Well, the little child was just in the wrong place at the wrong time and not in any way involved, you see. What? If the police had known the wee one was there, they'd have assumed she'd done it. They'd have hauled her into this here courtroom, just like myself. I was only trying to spare her that. Young hearts and young minds are easily damaged, my lord. And who was this young child of whom you speak? That, I don't know. Okay, well, that couldn't have been the person sitting on the chair then, so we're wrong? You don't know. Well, the wee thing just happened to be in the carriage that night. I never saw her before or since. Magnus, what the fuck are you talking about? We have absolutely no reason to believe this man. The prosecution calls for the witness's statements to be disregarded by the court. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if the urchin isn't here in this courtroom as we speak, listening to the proceedings. What? Smoke. Fire. There's a fire. Look, someone's trying to get away. Cough after them. It's no use. Cough, cough. I can't see anything through all the smoke. What is going on? Be careful, Mr. Naruhodo. Cover your face. Bailiff, don't let the accused escape. Secure the omnibus. I hereby call an emergency recess. Bailiff, ensure the defendant is in custody and clear the courtroom. Someone set off a smoke bomb? We were hurriedly removed from the smoke-filled courtroom by the bailiff. Amid scenes of chaos, as people stumbled over one another into their desperation to flee the chamber. Ryu, who the fuck are you talking to? We had no idea what was happening. All we knew was that, for the time being, at least, the trial was suspended. Just talking to the katana. What do you think of that, Kazuma? We stop in here? No, I still got some more energy in me. Is this like... Surely there's a better stopping point sometime in the next hour or so, right? We don't need to stop here, right? Thank you to Vodka for the new sub. Welcome, welcome. Thank you very much. Glad you're enjoying the Great Ace Attorney read-through. Ten more hours after this. Holy shit. 18th February, 12:52 p.m. The Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. What on earth just happened in there? Mr. Naruhodo, I managed to find out what happened. Miss Susie, I was told it was an advanced form of smoke grenade, a type of exploding device that releases smoke in grenade form. A smoke grenade? It sounds like the sort of thing ninjas use. They're just making sure everything is safe now. I think the trial will start again before long. But who would have done something like that? The police managed to catch someone who was trying to flee the courtroom, apparently. Flee the courtroom? Why? Well, it's a young girl of around 15, I hear. And she just carries around a smoke grenade just in case? A young girl, then could it be the other passenger that Mr. McGildy was just talking about? My thoughts exactly. So he wasn't lying. Oh, what's become of Mr. McGildy, actually? There are so many things I need to ask him about, but he's not here. I think he was summoned to the prosecutor's antechamber to answer questions, along with the young girl. We should be there for that. Who is she, I wonder? And what was she even doing here at the trial? She was taking a huge risk, and for what possible benefit to herself? There's another matter that's troubling me. What's that? The 20 pence. Oh, according to the coachman, Mr. Beppo, how is that in your book? You took 4 passengers that night at a fare of 5 pence each. That comes to a total of 20 pence exactly. But now it seems there were in fact 5 passengers, which means the figures don't seem to add up again. She's right. That is strange. He's lying. Counsel for the defense, kindly proceed into the courtroom. The trial will recommence in 5 minutes. Well, thank you, officer. We'll go in straight away. Is it someone? Was it like the kid paid the fare much, much, much earlier and just like hid in the compartment to stay warm at night or something like that? What's going on? Well, whoever she is, I imagine this young girl will be asked to take the stand and testify now. I really can't imagine what she's going to say, but it could alter the whole direction of the trial. We'll know soon enough, Miss Susie. Yes. Maybe she snuck in at some point. 18th February, 1 p.m., the Old Bailey courtroom. There's a young girl next to Mr. McGilded. Look. She must have been the one who caused the disturbance before. Well, after that rather eventful recess, the court will now resume the trial of Mr. Magnus McGilded. Now then, Lord Van Zeeks. My lord, I believe you have established the cause of the smoke which veiled the proceedings earlier. It seems to have been an advanced form of smoke grenade of the sort typically employed by the army. Good gracious, the army! What in the devil's name? It was an elaborate attempt by a young girl to cloak her escape from the public gallery, but she was caught, and now occupies the stand. Your name, girl? Is Van Zeek's hair gray or brown? It's gray. Are you responsible for the smoke grenade which induced such pandemonium here in my courtroom? What is the meaning of this deplorable behavior? Ahem, if I may, my lord. Yes, Mr. McGilded. I think perhaps I ought to explain here why it is that this wee lass was here in the first place, and why she tried to bolt like that. It's all tied up with the events of that night, so it is. Very well, Mr. McGilded. Give your testimony. You will explain to the court exactly how this young woman is involved in the case. Just what did happen that night? It's not like a defense lawyer needs that information or anything. On the night in question, I took the back seat in the omnibus and promptly nodded off. Then, Begorra! A loud thud and a wee scream woke me up with a fair start. There was a fella collapsed on the floor at my feet, so I sat him up on the seat across from me. Then I turned to find out where that scream had come from, and bless my soul, what did I find? There was a child in there, all curled up in a ball, hiding her wee self away. I remained somewhat baffled, I confess, but from what I gather, on the night in question, this young girl was indeed riding in the omnibus, is that correct? It's exactly as the defense counsel said. This lass was the 5th passenger, my lord. Makuru Kusaba, watch out for her. Very well. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. Are you ready, counsel? Yes, my lord. Or rather, no. I have no idea where to start. The young girl.
Hold it!
When you first got into the omnibus, were there any other passengers already on board? There were not. The cabin was empty, and there was no one on the roof deck either. You were the first passenger, as it were. I see. Aye, and that's why I took the backside as I did. This is the most comfortable, so it is. Could you explain exactly what you mean by the back seat? By all means, just how you already described it earlier. I'm talking about the seat opposite the one in which the poor gentleman who was stabbed in was sitting. Like I said, this is the most comfortable and where I feel most at ease. And of course, I enjoy gazing through the skylight from time to time as well. True, the skylight is an enjoyable activity.
Hold it!
A loud thud, you say, and a scream. Aye, that's right. How can I explain it? 'Twas like the sound of someone fallen to the ground. That sort of noise. So you think it was the sound of Mr. Mason falling to the floor having been stabbed? Well now, you'll remember I was asleep at the time, so I wouldn't like to say. And when the sound woke me and I opened my eyes, there wasn't a soul to be seen in the carriage but the fellow on the floor. Then how did they see the stabbing happen from the top? And it was her wearing a hat? You didn't see anyone? But at the same moment, you did hear a scream. Ah, from the seats above you on the roof deck, I presume. Not above me, no, my lord. It was from inside the cabin. But I wasn't altogether thinking about the scream. No, I was too stunned by the desperate sight before me eyes. There was a fellow collapsed on the floor at my feet, so I sat him up on the seat across from me. You sat him up? The victim, you mean? That I did, on the seat across from me, as I said. I could plainly see the poor devil was already gone. And you wouldn't leave a dead man just lying on the floor now, would you? It's common courtesy, so it is. I find that a little hard to believe. Ah, Lord Van Zeeks! Now why would that be? You wake to find a man lying dead at your feet in a carriage. Any normal person would hail the cabman. Any upstanding member of London society, that is. Oh, he hates him! He hates him! Well now, as you know, I'm in something of a special line of business. The business of lending money at exorbitant rates of interest. Unfortunately, my lord, not everyone is thankful for the help I offer them, and some would even see me dead. So I do try, were it all possible, to avoid getting myself in a tangle with trouble. Are you suggesting you were just going to leave the man there? Heavens alive, no! I was always intent to report it, so I was. Only, I had a mind to find out the whys and wherefores first. The whys and wherefores? Yeah, right you are. There were some details I wanted to understand before anyone else got to meddling. That wee scream I heard, for example. Wouldn't your good self do just the same? Yes, the scream he says he heard at the same time as the thud of the victim collapsing. Then I turned to find out where that scream had come from, and bless my soul, what did I find?
Hold it!
I'm afraid I don't understand. I'm sure you told the court that there was no one else in the carriage except yourself and the victim. So I did, sir, so I did. As far as I could see, that is. What do you mean by that? Well now, 'tis a queer thing. The wee scream I heard as I woke up. It came from, if you'll excuse the vulgar expression, under my backside. Good gracious. Under your backside? Under your backside, under the and when I lifted the seat on which I'd been sitting, I found there was a wee cubbyhole there for storage. Mr. Naruhodo, we can examine the omnibus ourselves, remember? Yes, of course. The whole bus was submitted as evidence. It's here. This would be a very good time to have a thorough look around inside. And that's when I found her. Okay, so if I go and do that now, is there going to be a different line of dialogue about the cubbyhole? Oh, there's blood on the floor. That's blood, isn't it? Is something wrong? Oh, it's just... Well, this blood stain is so obvious, that's all. And yet, Van Zeeks has made no mention of it. I suppose that does seem a little strange. Why do I have such a bad feeling about this? This is a handle, it seems. Well, where's all the stuff? This is a storage compartment, but there's nothing in here. It's totally empty. Something doesn't seem right here, but I can't put my finger on what it is. Why is it empty now? It wasn't empty before. Let's put this in the seat. Fucking decoy omnibus? They switched it out while we were in the while the smoke bomb went off? It was a decoy. Was it 418 before? I think it was. It was always empty, I think? No, there was stuff in it before. He even spoke about how there was stuff in it for horseshoes and fixing the wheels. They spoke about it.
Hold it!
You say she was hiding herself? Aye, that's right. It was hard to see in the dim lamplight, but she was all curled up in a wee ball. When our eyes met, well, my heart nearly stopped beating in my chest. Oh, you're really overacting this. Still in all, I pulled her out from under there and sat her on the seat opposite so I could have a wee chinwag with her. The seat opposite? That's right, just next to the dead gentleman there. You put her next to the dead guy. You sat this young girl next to a corpse, sir? Well, as I'm sure I mentioned, a gentleman in my position can all too often find himself in mortal danger. So, So I needed to find out who this urchin was, you see. And while I was in the middle of talking with her, I heard another scream. A fella's voice this time. Presumably that scream was Mr. First, who was sitting on the roof deck seats. Right you are again, I would say, sir. Looking down through the skylight, he must have seen this young girl and the gentleman with the knife in his belly. In other words, Sumari, the previous witness did not, in fact, see you at all, Mr. McGilded. What they believed to be yourself and the victim was, in fact, this girl and the late Mr. Mason. Aye, my lord. I was, as I think everyone understands now, sat at the back of the carriage out of sight. It is certainly plausible. The defendant is somewhat diminutive in stature, and readily confused perhaps with this young girl. After that, of course. With the scream from the gentleman over us, the driver realized something was wrong and pulled up the horses. Thank you, I've heard enough. I haven't. The events as explained are clear in my mind. However, at least one conundrum remains. Who is the girl? Her name is Gina Lestrade, my lord. She's a chancer, earns her crust among large crowds, relieving people of their purses. What's commonly called a pickpocket. What? Okay, there's no way it was her. This character and her design just screams is gonna come back for like multiple cases later as a guest cameo character sort of thing. There's no fucking way it's her. This girl here, a petty thief. She has a side character bag. Order, order. Is this true, Miss Lestrade? Miss Lestrade, you will answer the question. How dare you? What is the meaning of this? The girl, she's gone. Open your eyes. I'm over here. Gracious, how? What was the point in that little sidestep? I know what you lot are thinking. Grown-ups are all the same. This dirty little dipper, you'll say, slipped up and got caught on the job. She got herself backed into a corner, so she knifed the gent. She looks familiar. What does she look like? Go on, that's what's in your heads, ain't it? No, not at all. This is a court of law. We're here to determine the truth, not cat. Look, knives are for cowards. Only thugs use weapons like that. All I need for what I do is these fingers. I'm a professional, alright? Maybe not in your eyes, but I got pride in what I do. What? Let me guess, you don't count smoke guns among weapons for thugs? Wasting a lot of ammo there, love. Oh, this? Yeah, this was in a bag I lifted the other day, down where they kept the four-wheeled drags. It's nice, in it! I love the word in it. In it! It's nice, Desu. I like the pink best. Ah, do not wave that thing in my direction again. Oh, it's chalice time. So... you admit that you were riding the omnibus on the night in question? Tis alright, lass. You can tell them the truth now. You two are friends? Why are you two friends? Alright, yeah. It's just like the Irishman said. And the court accepts this girl, Miss Gina Lestrade, as a valid and significant witness in this case. Accordingly, young lady, we will now hear your testimony, if you please. You will tell the court exactly what happened in the omnibus on the night in question. Alright, if I have to. Witness testimony. What the girl saw. So I snuck inside the carriage before they hooked up the horses, just like always. The horses. But it was a right old waste of time. I got nothing to show for my troubles that night. And I'll tell you can't see a blind thing in that hiding place. It's pitch in there. Then, after a while, I heard this loud bang, nearly jumped out of my skin I did, and the scream just came out. It's because of that, this swell found me. He did help me get away, mind. Yes, he let you go. I fail to understand why you would let the street urchin go, Mr. McGilded. Oh, 'tis simplicity itself, my lord. You see, she couldn't possibly have killed the other passenger. I knew that for a fact. How? As I'm sure I said before, sir. I was sitting right on top of the place where she was hiding herself. I think a demonstration is called for. This is where I was sat that night, and the cubbyhole of which you have spoken is underneath the seat, I presume? Yes, it does appear just large enough to accommodate someone of the girl's stature. Aye, but of course, the wee lass was stuck in there, because I parked myself on the seat for the duration. Ah, I guess you killed him then. Okay, so you see, that's why I let the lass bolt. I knew that if the police found her in there, they'd automatically assume she'd done it. But I couldn't live with myself if a young life was ruined when all the time I knew she was innocent. Even though you must have realized your action would result in your own innocence being called into question. Not at all, my lord, not at all. I knew in my own heart that I was innocent. So I thought it was worth taking a punt on my own good name for the sake of this less fortunate lass. My goodness. What a perfect gentleman. My lord, this fine example of a man cannot possibly be guilty of a heinous crime like this. I'm ashamed of myself for ever doubting you, sir. What? So he did do it? What's gonna happen here? With calm, calculated reasoning, one arrives clearly at the truth every time. Oh, never mind. He's innocent. All right, hey, we're done. Confetti court! Alright, here we go. Saints alive. All 6 members of the jury consensual and they're leaning into a verdict of not guilty. Now it's my turn to do the summation examination. Fuck you! Mr. Naruhodo, it must mean what? That we're victorious. We've won? Are you sure? If the sight of my iron-heeled Wellington offends, pray, I do forgive the discourtesy. This really is a consummate example of the one monumental flaw in British judicial practices, where evidence and reasoning should be paramount. Emotion rules the day. Emotion? The witness's latest statement gives us a clear insight into his true nature. What do you mean, his true nature? Do you really think Scotland Yard would have made such a glaring omission? After the incident, the omnibus was comprehensively searched by officers of the police. Obviously, the interior of this cubbyhole, as the witness put it, was included in their investigation. The compartment under the posterior seat was full of the coachman's belongings. It's noted in black and white here in the police report. Good lord. The evidence has been tampered with in order to corroborate Mr. McGilden's story. Someone has unlawfully removed everything from under the seat. What? Order! Order! How could such a devious contrivance possibly have been effected, counsel? Naturally, you must acknowledge the deficiencies of the constabulary in allowing this to have happened. However, I assure you, when the omnibus was wheeled into the courtroom this morning, the compartment under the seat was not empty. Well, chat says that it was, so you have to argue with chat now. Well, my Nipponese friend? Me? When the carriage was submitted as evidence, doubtless you examined it in fine detail, as would any self-respecting practitioner of the law. Pray, what did you find the condition of the underseat compartment to be? Oh, to be sure, the young gentleman will be able to clear this up in a jiffy. Sorry? Go ahead. You tell the court now, fella. How this is all an elaborate excuse by the desperate Lord Van Zeeks. Well, counsel, do you have something to say on this matter? How am I supposed to answer? What can I say about the state of that little compartment under the seat in the omnibus? I didn't look, it was empty. It wasn't empty. I really don't know if giving this answer is helping my case causes counsel for the defense. But as far as I remember, at least, when I first examined the compartment, I'm fairly certain there were a number of articles inside it, yes. Are you sure, counsel? Ara, be whist! What are you saying now, you daft dog? I thought you were on my side here. What games are you playing? Your task is to defend the man in the stand. Why would you say something to compromise his position? As the advocate for the defense in this trial, I confess I'm still not entirely sure where I stand. But it seems to me that I should state what facts I do know as clearly and honestly as possible. Interesting. This is not altogether pleasing, fella. I'm simply telling the truth, Mr. McGilded. Well, don't forget that you're supposed to be representing my best interests here, lad. Now then. A fellow's memory is a curious thing, and not altogether reliable. No, the court must consider the facts. That their cubbyhole under the seat is as empty as the devil's heart, so it is. Okay, so it's possible that a player might not have even looked at these things, and therefore the story has to be able to proceed without this answer being all that important. Do you think perhaps it would be in your best interest now to admit that you might have been mistaken? Why? Why do I feel like something's not right here? Was there blood on the floor too, or was blood planted? I should like the jury to weigh in on this matter, I think. Well, they all said innocent, so I think, not guilty, so I think we're fine. That compartment is designed to house equipment used to maintain the smooth running of the carriage. The guild's rules state that omnibuses should be properly and fully equipped at all times, so it certainly wouldn't have been empty on the night in question. That boat isn't that irresponsible. That money-lending fleecer and the pick purse are lying. Uh-oh. I can't believe I was nearly taken in. The stinking rich are always stinkers, nothing but cowards, a lot of them. What? Oh no. It's a trick. Of course it's a trick. Quite so, I must concur here. With calm, calculated reasoning, one arrives clearly at the truth every time. Yes, but every time a different truth, it seems. My lord, I humbly exhibit the scales of justice. Clearly, a verdict of not guilty at this time would be wholly inappropriate. Thank you, counsel. But before we proceed any further, there is the matter of the outstanding cross-examination. Counsel to the defense, begin your questioning of the witness, please. Yes, my lord. What just happened? The whole balance of the trial just shifted, almost beyond recognition. The Reaper of the Bailey is at work, it would seem. What the girl saw. Okay, so what's going on here? Is he guilty? Was the girl never in the cabin? Was the other guy that was in there like one of his henchmen who did the stabbing, and then like he got some blood on his glove, and that's why there's someone that had blood on their hands, but also he had blood on his glove, so it's not him, there's someone else there, and that's who they saw. Why would he just not get that guy to take the fall for it then? But at the same time, like, this whole thing about, like, the smoke bomb and then someone comes in and steals the shit and tampers with the evidence here, this reeks. Maybe he thinks it's just not going his way, so he's trying to give himself an out, but it really wasn't him? This guy is pretty shady. If he is guilty, how is the story going to continue after this? Is it that the last bit of this trial is going to be like working together with the Count, and he's going to respect us for it and vouch for us, maybe, or what? He's pretty racist. I don't think he would. Maybe he's going to change his ways. We're going to cure him of his racism. What the girl saw. So I stuck inside the carriage before they hooked up the horses, just like always.
Hold it!
So you're already in the omnibus before it even set off on its run? Well, yeah. I mean, what's the point of spending a Joey to make a few bob, eh? That's a rum idea, innit? I suppose she means there's no point spending money to make money. It actually makes sense. And counsel, may I remind you that this girl is a petty thief. Kindly refrain from entertaining her tenants. Well, that does clear up the little mystery of the fares and all. 4 paying passengers at 5 pence apiece, making the 20 to which the cabman testified, and 1 little scapegrace riding for free. The red conch of a driver always goes for some grub before his last run, see? So that's when I slip into the carriage and get myself in under the seat. Nice and easy, right? But your hiding place is a storage compartment, full of equipment for the coach, no? Yeah, there's brushes and buckets and whatnot in there, sure. I always chuck all that out and cram it into a corner somewhere. No one ever seems to bother much. And yet, according to the report filed by the police officer who first arrived at the scene, the compartment was full of such paraphernalia. Well, I don't know nothing about that. Like I said, I moved all that stuff out so I could hide under the seat. That's all I could tell you. Seems we reached the end of that line of inquiry. Continue. But was right a waste of time. We got nothing to show from the troubles that night.
Hold it!
A waste of time? Why is that? Thank you to Sephiroth Ball Fondler for the 21 months. 30 minutes ago? Sorry, that must have been after I said thank you to the last person. It came in right afterwards. Thank you very much, Sephiroth Ball Fondler. From the makers of Turok Dinosaur Hunter. Well, most nights I'm on my own in the God permit, at least, some of the time. I beg your pardon? Did you say God permit? Oh yeah, well, that's what my kind call it. You'd say the omnibus, I suppose. The point is, any normal run, the carriage ain't got no one in it for a while. God permit? And that's when you come out of your hiding place and get away? That's it, only that night. This cove was sat on me seat from the start. And he didn't budge the whole way, did he? Not 1 inch. I was totally stuck. You mean to tell us that you were present in the carriage for the duration? You were under the seat the entire time while events unfolded in the enclosed cabin. Yeah. Right, mister? Mister? To be sure. I was as shocked as anyone. You don't expect to lift the cushion you've been sat on and find a child now, do you? So this Miss Lestrade couldn't possibly be the culprit then. Oh, objection! In this universe, she would have died of suffocation because it would have been completely airtight and she would have ran out of oxygen. No. This could not have happened. I'll tell you, you can't see a blind thing in that hiding place. It's pitch in there.
Hold it!
So you couldn't see out into the cabin at all? Not a jot. Most days I push the cushion up with me head and look out the crack. Then I can have a butcher's at who I'm gonna fiddle. I thought you were a pickpocket, not a butcher. I mean, I can have a look. The seat I get under ain't as plush as the other one, see? Most of the time the passengers plant themselves opposite. But for some reason that night, this here Irishman spent the whole journey right over me head. And for that reason, you weren't able to push the cushion up to peek out. I see. Truth is, I ain't too happy in small dark places. Feels too much like being thrown in the clink. But it's the only place to hide in them carriages, so it's Obson's choice. Why doesn't she just stick to picking people's pockets in the open then? I'd say there's some reason she's not letting on, judging from her demeanor. So anyways, I was a bit scared, but I had to just stick it out under there. Nothing else for it. Then after a while, I hear this loud bang, nearly jumped out of my skin I did, and that scream just came out. When you say a loud bang, do you mean the noise of someone falling to the floor? Could have been, I suppose. I don't remember so well. Point is, it made me jump. And you let out a scream involuntarily. That's right. And then I felt the cushion over me head get lighter all of a sudden. Presumably when the defendant got up in order to help the victim, yes? Or not. It could equally have been the moment the accused stood in order to stab his victim, could it not? Well, girl, did you see what happened at that crucial moment? Yeah, I saw it. I pushed up the cushion and had a quick butcher's while I had the chance, didn't I? The Irishman was sitting with the bloke what had fallen on the floor on the seat opposite. That matches Mr. McGilt's account, of course. But then, the fella suddenly turns around and looks right at me. I sunk back down again, but it was too late by then. I should never have risked looking. because of that this swell found me. You did help me get away, mind. But when Mr. McGilda discovered you, he pulled you out from your hiding place? I was scared stiff I was. He dragged me out and sat me down on a seat and all. Next to the victim, Mr. Mason? Such a weird choice, man. Yeah, the bloke had a knife in his guts. He was still bleeding. Then the carriage lurched a bit and he ended up falling onto me. Ugh, how awful. Both me hands got covered in blood. It made me sick as a dog. Both her hands covered in blood. That must be what the rooftop passenger saw. After that, I believe you talked with Mr. McGilded for a while. Is that correct? He asked me some stuff. Wanted to know me name and what I was up to and that. Okay, and then you shook hands and that's how the blood got on his glove? And then he heard something from above. Someone screamed. Yes, Mr. First on the roof deck, one would presume. Well, I didn't want no one seeing me face, so I didn't look up. Then the horses were drawn up smartish, and this your Irishman says to me, get back under the seat. I'll see that you can get away later. All 6 members of the jury had decided the defendant was innocent. For one brief shining moment, yes. It's clear that they are all still very unsure. If we could just find some conclusive piece of evidence among this new testimony, I'm sure we would clinch the verdict we want. Yes, I think you're right. And I have this niggling feeling. Something's bothering me, but I just can't quite put my finger on it. So I stuck inside the carriage for the alert. Okay. I don't remember split being here. It can blend in though. The storage department is here to like empty. It's missing right here, but I can't my finger on what it is. Okay, so what does it want? Something to do with the murder weapon not being correct, something to do with, like, how is he slumped on his stomach if, like, the knife was sticking into him? How did the knife get into him? So stuck inside the carriage before they hooked up the horses, just like always. It's not that one. But it was right all the waste of time. I got nothing to show for any troubles that night. It's not that one. And I'll tell you, you can't see a blind thing in that hiding place. It's pitch in there. Not that one. Then after a while, I hear this loud bang. Nearly jumped on my skin, I did, and the scream just came out. It's because of that this swell found me. He did help me get away, mind. I don't know. If you got blood on your hands, why isn't there blood in the cubby? Maybe. I can't press that one though, can I? Is it like the tutorial where after you pressed it, you have to press it again, and this time you can interrogate the other guy because now it shows up with something?
Hold it! Hold it!
Okay, it's gonna show up to the right if that's what happens, right? And if this doesn't happen, I have actually no idea. I don't know what connection is trying to make me think of right here.
Hold it!
Well, no.
There we go. Okay.
Excuse me.
Oh man, that was a really lucky guess. Is something wrong, Mr. McGilded? Oh, I do apologize. Was this something the matter, Council? I'm just wondering if Miss Lestrade's last comment made something occur to you, perhaps. You seem to be thinking something to yourself. Oh, no. 'Twas nothing important. I was feeling bad for the poor lass is all. I remember feeling desperate myself as a young lad, shut up in the dark. It was terrifying, so it was. I see, yes, I'm sure we can all sympathize. I'm still scared of the dark now. Aye, and I don't know about yourself, but I find that the darkness seems to make everything you hear seem that much louder as well. Yeah. I suppose it does, maybe. Miss Lestrade? Did you hear something that night? Anything? Unusual noise, perhaps? Nah, not really. All I could hear was the Irishman snoring. The jabbers, there's no need to tell the whole world of me foibles, you little scamp. Interesting. So this is complete bullshit. What a pity. If only Miss Lestrade had heard something, it might have given us a vital new clue. A new clue? Yes. What should we make of that last statement of hers? It's insignificant? It's profoundly important! My lord. I believe the statement just made by the witness is profoundly important. Profoundly important? But all she said was that she heard nothing. Yes, which is the profoundly important point. I'm almost sure of it. I'm almost sure that I don't understand the inner workings of your Eastern Mind Council. Nevertheless. Miss Gina Lestrade, you will supplement your formal testimony by repeating that last statement, please. What? Supplement? What you want about? Don't give me all your fancy talk. I know what you're trying to do. Well, it won't work on me. That's right. Insult the judge. Always a good move. I started when I used to work out what was going on, but all I could hear was snoring.
Hold it!
So you were straining to hear what was happening the entire time since the moment you hit yourself? Not exactly, no. Sorry? Well, there was no one in the cabin to start with. I could just push the cushion up and have a butcher's to see what was what. But then, when I saw this swell getting on, I got me head down so he didn't notice me. And Mr. McGilded sat on a seat under which you were hiding, correct? Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Would you Adam and Eve eh? What a mug. Would you believe it? So then all I could do was listen. I was waiting to jump out there as soon as I heard him leave, see? But Woody, not likely. Even though we stopped here and there, I never heard the door open. So I just had to stay put and listen to him driving his pigs to market, snoring like an old dog he was. Okay, so who killed them then? Fake snoring as he goes and does the stabbing? Are there any conclusions we can draw from that, I wonder? It doesn't add up. Miss Lestrade, what you just told the court is clearly at odds with the facts. Ah! At odds? Are you sure, man? Absolutely. It seems my learned Nipponese friend is not as dull-witted as I feared. I'm going to recommend him to become a lawyer after this. So Van Zeeks realized it too. Counsel, I must insist that you bolster your claim with evidence, or some complicit party's name at the very least. Yes, my lord. I expect you to demonstrate this alleged contradiction to the court. According to Miss Lestrade, while she was hiding in the omnibus that night, she heard nothing but the sound of Mr. McGilld's snoring. But think, Rio, think. Oh, there's something else she should have heard. Show a piece of evidence, show a person, forget it. Okay, so what could it be? What happened? One of the passengers said that they knocked on the door and there was no answer. So it could be that. It could be to demonstrate that someone still got stabbed. So when did that happen? Was there like a scream or a whistle? No, whistle was on the boat. Can I see what evidence I have? Okay, it's not I'm a lawyer. It's not that. It could be that. I think it's the knocking. I think it's the knocking. I think that it's... who knocked, though? Was it you or you? Young woman who witnessed the incident from her hiding place aboard the omnibus on the night of the murder. She was discovered by the defendant. 17? I thought he said she was 15. An apprentice milliner who witnessed the incident from his seat on the roof deck of the omnibus. A gentleman who works in the city bank here witnessed the incident from his seat on the roof deck of the omnibus. The driver of the omnibus and the murder took place. He's an eyewitness to the incident. The victim, a skilled but poor brickmaker who apparently owed the defendant a considerable... No, it's he wasn't in the thing. How did he get in there? Right? How did he get in the thing? Because when he was asleep, when he went in, he was by himself. Right? That's what he said. I'm pretty sure. So it's got to be him. How did he get in there then? If you didn't hear it, yeah, it's got to be him. Show a person. Very well, my lord. Allow me to elaborate. No particular sound that Miss Lestrade could not have failed to hear on the night in question. The sound very clearly explained by the presence of the fallen person.
Take that!
Thrice fired mason? Thrice fried rice? Yes, my lord. The sound that Miss Lestrade cannot have failed to hear is that of the victim, Mr. Mason, boarding the omnibus. Oh, I must have fallen asleep too. Order! Order! Explain your reasoning, counsel. Miss Lestrade, allow me to confirm something. You claimed earlier that you were the first person on board the omnibus, is that correct? Yeah, of course I was. I got on while the driver was in the pub, didn't I? And the next person to board the omnibus was Mr. McGilded? That it was. Not a soul in the cabin when I climbed aboard. At least not in plain sight. So you were, to all intents and purposes, alone in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus at that time? Did I not just say as much? I wasn't traveling with anyone else, if that's what you mean. Yeah, I saw him get on, remember? Through the crack under the seat cushion. He was on his own, for sure. And from what we've heard, the carriage made a number of stops after that on its onward journey. During which time, did you not hear the door opening or closing at all? Nah, I never heard it. That's exactly what I was listening for, weren't it? Waiting for this swell to leave. In which case, when and how did the victim end up in the carriage? Ah! Yeah. Okay, are you lying, or were you there at all, Lestrade, or what? Because if you're telling the truth, then the only explanation is that they both got on at the same time. We know that the victim collapsed inside the enclosed cabin of the omnibus. Therefore, more than anything else, Miss Lestrade's statement about what she did or did not hear is at odds with the facts. Ah! Yes, this petty thief's statement was clearly flawed. Lord Van Zieks? Yes, he knew. He knew all too well that there was an inconsistency in Miss Lestrade's statement. It would seem words of thanks are in order for my learned friend. What are you talking about? You have demonstrated matters impeccably. This witness and her colorful statements are entirely unreliable. Her words are convenient untruths, nothing more. How could the victim possibly not have boarded the omnibus? That makes no sense whatsoever. And this girl is a pickpocket. Let's not forget that. She didn't even say anything. I don't want to judge the dear little mite just because she has some rather naughty ways, but I must say, I can't abide liars. And neither can I. Mr. Foreman, I didn't want to judge the girl just because she has some less than salubrious ways. Salubrious ways. But I must say, I cannot abide liars. Oh. Thank you, Rio, for the resub with the message. Cubby mommy, thank you. That's very funny. Thank you, Hayden, for the bits too. Just finished the previous VOD, and I'm honestly shocked. No one accused Rio of killing his boyfriend to take his place in the program. Oh, he's dead, but you're here now? The motive was right there. He's too pure for that, and also too stupid. It wouldn't even occur to him. That would have been an interesting angle, though, for them to go for. Maybe they would have done that with Susie if they didn't want to have them have a friendship afterwards. So they just kind of, you know, they didn't go too hard on Susie being sus on Rio. Thank you, Secret Gembersond, for the 36 months, 3 years. Thank you. Did you see the patch notes today for Hades 2? Apparently Poseidon will increasingly get excited the more C-Star triggers in an encounter. Really? Is that true? Why would they change that out of nowhere? Holy shit. It's true? Aw, damn, we need to play Hades 2 again after the patch goes through. Shit. Have another! Arg. Mr. Naruhodo, that's 5 jury members leaning towards guilty. Victory Chalice! Well, your consideration for others is refreshing, my Nipponese friend. To the considerable troubles you have spared me. Thank you, Last Isis, for the 57 months as well. The reset. Thank you very much. Oh, there was bits there too that I missed. Razzle Basil. Ryu gets put on trial for a 3rd time. Yes, very refreshing. Yeah, what are you playing at? Have you forgotten who you're working for, you useless Eastern Amadan? Amadan? Stop licking your knife, bro. This is carnage. It's perfect. Juror number 2 is the only one left. Mr. Naruhodo, the way this is going... I know. If we can't find some new way to convince everyone of Mr. Mikkeld's innocence, the judge will rule, and we'll have lost. I very much wanted to believe the words of one of London's most respected gentlemen, but Those of us in service know we must accept hard truths. Isn't that what you said last time too? Yes, the witness's last statement seems to have revealed a critical inconsistency in her story. However, if we consider the possibility that her statement is in fact the truth, it may shed an entirely new light on this whole case. What are you saying? Counsel? I'm sorry, sir? Whatever do you mean? Counsel, I will not tolerate you attempting to prorogue my adjudication. Explain yourself at once. When the accused boarded the omnibus on the night in question, the victim was nowhere to be seen. There's another secret compartment underneath the other bench, and he climbed out of that one when McGill went to sleep. You can't prove that there isn't. Subsequently, the carriage door was not heard opening a single time, as testified by the witness in the stand. What about the skylight? That can open. And yet the victim's body was found inside the carriage. If this petty thief's words are to be believed, how do you explain the victim's miraculous appearance inside the cabin of the omnibus? There's only one way to explain how the victim came to be inside the carriage. He was in there already. There's another entrance. He was put there after he died. Well, I want to say he boarded when McGill did. So is that the first one? Yeah, gotta be. Clearly, he was in there already from beforehand. Tell me, my learned friend, what was the function of that clearly in your last sentence? Oh, was that wrong? Well said, Lord Van Zeeks. The clearly is troubling me also. No, that's really not the point. The point is that the victim must have been in the carriage from beforehand. Then answer me this. By beforehand, to what specific point in time are you referring? Well, clearly, I should have to penalize the defense heavily for this irrelevant rambling. Oh, that was wrong! Oh, shit! Ugh, I must learn to ramble more relevantly. The penalty is evidently not heavy enough, judging from those Nipponese eyes, so I ask you again. If this petty thief's words are to be believed, how do you explain the victim's miraculous appearance inside the cabin of the omnibus? Okay, so I don't understand. If there's another entrance, she would have still heard it. And if he was put there after he died, she would have heard that too. Unless it was he was put there after he died when McGill went on the omnibus. Like there's only one time that the door could have opened, and they had to have gone on together. So I don't know, even if there was another entrance, even if he came down from the skylight, she would still hear it. So I guess it's that one? Obviously, the victim must have been placed in the carriage after he was killed. Tell me, my learned friend, what was the function of that obviously in your last sentence? Okay, so it's not this one either? Well said, Lorenzi. The obviously is troubling me also. Clearly and obviously at the same time. No, it's really not the point. The point is that the victim must have been moved to the carriage afterwards. Then answer me this. How could a cadaver have been placed inside a moving carriage? Well, obviously, uh-oh, down to 2 lives. That's evidently not heavy enough, judging from those Nibbley's eyes, so I ask you again. Speak these words to believe. How do you explain the victim's miraculous appearance inside the cabin of the omnibus? Okay, I don't know how this is gonna work. Let's see. If the door wasn't opened even once, the only explanation is that the victim entered the enclosed cabin some other way.
Objection!
I wonder what new fantasy you would come up with in your blind panic. But behold, the omnibus is here for all to see. Only one side of the enclosed cabin is furnished with a door. The other only has windows. He climbed through the windows, fixed windows, which cannot possibly be open. In short, Sumari, there is no entrance to the cabin other than the door. But there could be. There's one possibility you haven't considered. Oh, really? Yes, one other way inside that isn't the door. Another opening, the use of which allowed the victim to appear inside the enclosed cabin. All right, counsel. The defense will identify the location for the court. Here's the omnibus on which the incident occurred. Where on earth is this entrance by which you propose the victim entered the cabin? Okay, I guess it has to be the skylight, right? The answer is obvious. It can only have been the skylight. I say, the skylight?
Objection!
Your ludicrous proposal almost has me lost for words. However, the skylight may well be large enough for someone to pass
Objection.
through. So you claim, but you have a shred of evidence to support your addle-brain theory. Both Mr. McGilded and Miss Lestrade said the same in their testimonies. They each claimed to have heard a loud thud, such a noise made by someone falling to the floor. Oh, that was someone falling from the sky thing. Okay, so she did hear it. Okay, that makes sense then. Okay. I still think that he could have got on with McGill. They could have got on at the same time, and he could have just been lying about that. Okay, so it wasn't him then. Why would someone dump a body in to frame him, or just to get rid of the body? Was there a fight that happened on top of the carriage? Wait, he still got fare from him though. So it was the driver? The driver would know someone was in the thing down there though, so framing it on them? Oh shit. These claim to have heard a loud thud, such as a noise made by someone falling to the floor. Yes, which has already been explained. As the sound of the victim falling from a seat having been assaulted with the dagger. Yes, it has, but would a man slipping from the seat onto the floor really have made such a loud noise as the witnesses described? Yeah, of course it would have, yeah. Maybe he was playing can I get my knife to stand up erect on the floor before he went to sleep, and he just happened to fall right onto his knife. Lamayo. Maybe that's what happened. Okay. A noise loud enough to cause Mr. Strahd to let out an involuntary cry, in fact. Good gracious. Perhaps, in fact, that was the moment that the victim made his entrance into the cabin. No, let me rephrase that. The victim didn't enter the cabin as such. He fell into it. You're now suggesting that the victim fell from the skylight into the cabin. That's simply impossible. How can you be so sure? Because if the victim had fallen inside through the skylight as you say, the passengers on the roof deck would have seen it happen. And yet, not one person made mention of such events in their testimony. Well, yes, that's true, but might a humble fella make a wee comment here? Mr. McGilded? To be sure now, the two fellows who were sat on the roof that testified afore said nothing of the victim falling through the skylight. But it seems to me, my lord, that 'tis not so much a case of them not saying, but aye. 'Tis a case of them being unable to say. What? I think perhaps the two fellas do be having something of a compelling reason not to mention what happened. Was you not agree, fine ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Humph. Oh my goodness, surely not. Those two chaps on the roof? You mean the ones who stuck that knife in the man were... Ah! But why tamper with the evidence in the thing then, to make it so that she could be underneath the fucking, what the fuck is going on? Just what exactly are you insinuating here, you blitherer? You rotter, he said. You rotter. What are you insinuating? Oh, you're acting a lot different now. This is a flaming outrage. I've got a good mind to give you a blinker in a minute. He'll give you a shiner in a minute, he said, and so will I. Mr. Fairplay, you're effectively accusing me, a city gentleman and a well-respected banker, and me, a very angry hatter, suggesting that someone like me, a Sonic fan, could have stabbed that man in the guts. It's a disgrace. It's scandalous. It's arr. I protest in the strongest possible terms. That's right. I protest too about you rotten scoundrel. Oh, they're mad. Order, order, order! This is not the time, witnesses. I will not permit this wanton invasion of the stand. Return to the anteroom at once. But this is beyond reason, my lord. It's outrageous. It's very hurtful, you know. My lord, if I may comment. Go ahead, Lord Van Zykes. It was the defense that incited this outspurt from the witnesses. My learned friend has seen fit to abandon all protocol and accuse the witnesses without proof. Accuse? I never intended to. It seems, young Nipponese, that your command of the English tongue is wanting. You proposed to this court that the victim fell through the skylight from the roof deck of the omnibus. That hypothesis cannot possibly stand without the rooftop passengers being aware of the events. Unless they opened the skylight to be like, hey, look, did you know this could open? Then they got distracted by something that happened in the street, looked away, and it just so happened that in that moment, someone got stabbed on the roof of a passing building, and they fell all the way down and actually landed in the skylight, and then there was a thump, and then it moved them back to it, and they're like, oh shit, let's close the skylight before it gets cold down there, and then they closed it, and they sat there, and it was a couple minutes later that the guy bumped them up onto the chair, and then that's who we go. Also, it has something to do with shot football. Haven't worked that in just yet. You have branded these gentlemen liars. You have intimated their criminal guilt. In our British courts of law, it was actually someone practicing putting a cord around corpses in order to get them over a bridge sometime in the future, but instead they were doing like Spider-Man between buildings, and because it was the first time it had ever been done in history, the rope snapped as it was moving between one building and the other, and it just happened to fall right through the skylight. In our British courts of law, that is what is termed a baseless accusation. Baseless? I know it was rash to put this idea forward without any actual evidence, but you can't just dismiss it without a second thought. What are we wasting time for? Get them to testify. I thought there was something fishy about that hat from the moment I laid eyes on the fellow. We have to see this matter through now, one way or another. If there's filth and rubbish in our midst, we must dispose of it at once. Testify. Testify. What's happening, Mr. Naruhodo? If you want to know why, you gotta testify. The spectators in the public gallery they're in a complete frenzy. They're loving it. Mr. Fairplay and Mr. First. My lord? You will take the stand again and make another formal testimony. In reference to the indictment brought by the defense. Yes, my lord? I didn't come here for this. I love how he just became like a fucking Cuphead boss when he was pretending to be a horse. It was fucking crazy. There's no time to think this through. All I can do is keep pushing forward. We were the only two people up on that roof deck, dead or alive. I can swear to that. If anything had happened where we were sitting, don't you think one or the other of us would have noticed? In any case, neither of us know the first thing about the victim. We had no reason to kill the man. The skylight was shut the entire time, I tell you. We couldn't possibly have opened it. If you're so sure the victim fell through the skylight, where's your proof? I must say that on listening to this testimony, it seems like your proper fuck defense. It is somewhat hard to imagine. How either witness could have performed any malevolent act on this open rooftop deck without the other noticing forthwith. That's right, you see. We're innocent, I tell you. Maybe he was killed ahead of time and glued to the top of the skylight, and the glue just wore off. It was that shitty fucking rice glue that Ryu made on the ship. It was Ryu. Ryu did it. Ryu did it. Although logically, of course, the argument falls down if the two of you were in collusion with one another. What? Eh? According to investigations by Scotland Yard, the two witnesses share no common dealings. Well, I don't trust coppers any more than I trust the stinking rich. Paste. Juror number 3, man. Juror number 3. Something doesn't feel right here. The trial is going in our favor, really. So why do I feel so uneasy? Counsel for the defense, over to you. Your cross-examination, please. Oh, yes, my lord. We were the only 2 people up on that roof deck that are alive, I can swear to that. What about the driver?
Hold it!
So at no time did the victim, Mr. Mason, climb up to join you on the roof deck? Absolutely not. Dickin! No question about it, he said. None at all. Oh, but yes, of course, I remember seeing them both. I saw the victim inside the enclosed cabin, talking with this man here. Is this true, Mr. McGilded? Dear me, my lord, at the risk of repeating myself, I boarded the omnibus alone and nodded off inside almost immediately. It's an outright lie. Without doubt, you were engaged in... Let me stop you there, fella, and ask. Do you have any evidence at all? Ah. Just all about evidence in the courts these days, so it is. You do well to remember that. When are they gonna put a parrot on the stand? I saw you with my own eyes. It's fucking crazy. This is going so well. If anything had happened where we were sitting, don't you think one or the other of us would have noticed? Well, it was on the final run of the omnibus at past 10 o'clock in the evening. It would certainly have been quite dark, perhaps. Too dark to see clearly? Is this some kind of a lark? This is some kind of a joke, he said? Is that what this is? Or perhaps one or the other of you fell asleep briefly? Are you fair dinkum, sir? Are you serious, sir? That's what he said. It's impossible, I tell you. I'd give you the keys to the vault if you could fall asleep in that bitter cold. And if you did manage it, your eyelids would freeze shut and you never open them again. That's extreme. It was extreme, I tell you, that we had to put up with it because this man had locked the door. That true gent would have unlocked it and let me in it when I knocked. I'm dreadfully sorry about that, young fella. But you see, why didn't she hear the knock? But you see, I was away with the fairies and didn't hear you at all. That's a lie. I saw you through the glass. You were talking to someone. Now, it was a cold night, so it was. People do be seeing things that aren't real in the cold. It's hardly surprising. Seeing things. I believe we have reached an impasse here on this particular point. Ugh, you. Don't take it personally now, lad. If I'm a suspect in this case, then it is only fair that you and the other fiend are too. Open and free competition is what a capitalist society is all about. This isn't a competition I should like to be involved in, really. Oh, you and me both, buddy. He's so mad. In any case, neither of us know the first thing about the victim. We had no reason to kill the man. So, you had never met Mr. Thrice-Fired Mason before? Oh, Lummy, no, not once, never. He'd never met the man before, he said. Never! And you, Mr. First, had no prior dealings with the victim either? That's right, sir. Hatters don't have much to do with brickmakers, to be perfectly honest, sir. No, I imagine not. You see? How many different ways can I put this? Neither of us have the remotest connection to the gentlemen who were inside the cabin.
Excuse me.
Mr. McGilded? Yes, counsel? What can I be doing for you? Doing you for? Did the witness's last statement give you pause for thought somehow? Not the remotest connection? Is that right now, I wonder? What are you insinuating now? Ah, Mr. Fairplay, it has been too long, so it has. Eh? If I'm not very much mistaken, I believe 'tis fast approaching, is it not? Your repayment date. I beg your pardon? You borrowed 20 guineas from me, sir. At an unconscionable rate of interest. You tricked me. It's extortion. Well now, is that a touch of begrudgery, is it? The sort of begrudgery that might motivate a fella to pass his crimes off on another? Ah. And young Mr. First. Me, sir? What do you want with me, sir? You do be making hats for a living, do you not? That there top hat sliding about on your head. Is that one of your own creations, is it? And yet it doesn't fit properly? Oh, well, I'm still just an apprentice, you understand. I'm learning to find the perfect fit for whatever fine gent walks through the door. Hehe. The perfect fit, is it? Well, 'tis a very distinctive design, so it is. Many customers like it, I tell you. They're a distinctive touch. Customers. Such as thrice-fired Mason? Ah. There was a photographic print on the victim submitted as evidence before, my lord. Oh, this you mean? I can't help thinking that poor fellow's hat looks distinctly familiar, wouldn't you say? Oh. That's one of my hats. Hehe. Aye, that it is. So it would seem the brickmaker was a customer of yours. Oh, I didn't notice that at all. The sort of customer, I'd wager, you could have had a wee quarrel with over the distinctiveness of the goods. Oh, no, sir. Absolutely not, sir. Well, there's really nothing more to add. It wouldn't be right to say that the two fellas here haven't the remotest connection to the victim, you see. Okay, Lady Gaga, calm the fuck down. I rest my case. You little weasel. He's better at this than I am. Gosh, Mr. McGilded has certainly been thorough in his research, hasn't he? Hi, Joe. Hey, Rager, how's it going? Oh, thank you, Elaram, for the 13 months. Thank you very much. Please don't let my little interruption hold up the proceedings. Skylight was shut the entire time, I tell you. You couldn't possibly have opened it.
Hold it!
Are you quite certain about that? That the skylight was shut the entire time? I'm going to lose my block with you in a minute. He's going to lose his rag with you in a minute. That's what he said. That's what he said. Take a look for yourself. Go on. You see? It's shut fast now. Just like it was on the night. So it is, of course. A fellow the size of Mr. Mason could likely break through it all. Through it. Still... Break right through it, still and all. What? Just looking at the size of that thing, you understand. Now hold on there a minute, sir. The size of that the thing means nothing. Not on its own. Let's consider the bigger picture here, shall we? Good New Meds was finally sleeping, and I took my daytime meds and they knocked me out for half the day. Oh, that's good. Got some good rest, I hope. Let's stop biting our cane, shall we? I was riding omnibus on another occasion when, well, I broke wind loudly. I shocked myself with it as it happens. This is an unexpected confession, Mr. First. Oh, I just mean to say, well, the point is, I tried to open the skylight, you see? But just my luck, I couldn't make it budge. The stench was terrible. Everyone was looking daggers at me, sir. I went red as rouge, I did. Oh, rouge a fart. Are you expecting me to sentence you? Oh, no, sir. The point is, the skylight can't be opened. I tried and tried when I was inside the cabin of Shane.
Excuse me.
Do you have something to say about that, Miss Lestrade? Miss Lestrade! It opens. I get a Mizuki vibe from Gina. Hmm? The skylight. That is what we're talking about, right? All them skylights open, dead easy. More easily than you can load that weapon. That's a lie, I tell you. Otherwise, when I broke wind, I can't do it from inside, you mug. Oh. Look, a few weeks ago, I was up on the roof deck, one of them drags. And I had a great haul. I mean, I had purses coming out my ears. Mr. Strad, this is not the forum to be eulogizing on the subject of your criminal activities. Well, anyway, I had a bit of a scare. When I lifted the last bloke's purse, he got wise to me. Look, all four of them surrounded me, so I couldn't top off the bus and leg it. Hop off the bus. So what I did was, I used the skylight, opened the catch and jumped right through, and when you know it, they're spring-loaded they are. After you open them, they close themselves right back up again. What? Yeah, the catch for them skylights is on the top side. That's why you can't open them from the cabin. The skylight opens from the roof deck? Bailiff, climb up onto the roof of the Anonymous at once and verify this witness's claims. Oh, I thought it opened and hung down. Oh, okay. Oh, my hat. See? Order! 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 So, it appears that the street girl's statement is quite true. I don't believe it. The skylight opens. And from the roof deck. Mr. Naruhodo, this could be the clue that we've been looking for. Well, counsel for the defense, please continue with your cross-examination. Yes, my lord. So, the skylight opens. Perhaps I should investigate for myself.
Hold it!
Proof. That's right, I didn't meant to hear it. We came here to say what we saw, I tell you, not for this. You call us both shicers? Shickers? I don't know. Brand us as criminals. You call us liars, that's what he means, and he accuses us of doing it. As it stands at the moment, there's no hard evidence that incriminates yourselves now, is there? I believe we're in much the same position as one another here. Huh? Ah! If I don't crack this case soon, he'll crack his teeth. I wonder if these two men really were involved in some way. Couldn't say. I mean, I don't really know anything about them, do I? Although, by the same token, I don't really know anything about Mr. McGilded either. So it's hard to know what to believe here. I think we should try and remember that it's evidence alone that can truly determine the outcome of a trial. Evidence. No one can argue against decisive evidence, including the members of the jury. So you're saying that what we need now is to find a conclusive piece of evidence? Yes, Mr. Naruhodo, precisely. So the skylight was fastened shut before, but now the catch has been undone, we should be able to open it. There's blood. How is there blood? You can certainly see inside the carriage through this opening, that's for sure. Yes, and there's a lamp in the enclosed cabin, so I'm sure the witness... Wait, I can't look at the... Can I look at the blood from inside? Yes, it does open very wide, doesn't it? Wide enough to kick someone like you through, certainly, Mr. Naruhodo. Why someone like me? I don't know, gotta cook something. Ah, well, what is it? Look, just here. Look at this. That's, without question, it's blood. Why would there be a blood stain there? Surely, it can't be unrelated to the case, can it? Whoa. How did it get there? It opened, and then when someone fell, he fell like onto it, and he kind of like stayed there against it like Mufasa, and then he fell down? Why? Long live the king.
Objection!
On the night in question, the victim was fatally stabbed in the stomach, and immediately afterwards, the victim's body was pushed through the skylight into the cabin below. Those are the facts, and the irrefutable proof remains clearly visible in the omnibus that stands before us today in this very courtroom. What? That's utterly humbug. Bah. You can't possibly have any evidence. No, you can't. I mean, we didn't do it, I tell you. It's impossible. Irrefutable proof? Here, in this courtroom? Counsel, he's looking more like Santa as this goes on, I swear to God. My lord, I believe everyone would appreciate a little clarification here, Where exactly within the omnibus is this evidence to which you allude? You'll point out to what it is that proves the victim fell from the roof deck through the sky. Whatever. Okay, do we really have to? Like, come on.
Got it!
But by Jupiter, is that blood? This bloodstain proves two things. Firstly, the victim was full of blood. When the incident occurred, the skylight of the omnibus was open. What? And secondly, the victim was already bleeding when he fell through the opening. Oh my. And so it follows that Mr. McGilded, who was inside the enclosed cabin himself at the time, cannot possibly be guilty of this crime. No. Order. Man, I really thought that McGilded had did it, especially with, or was a part of it, especially when the smoke bomb made it so they could clear out the fucking thing in the omnibus cubby. I guess that was just so we had an out or something. Was she even there? I think she was there. That's such a weird detail. But the blood could have sprayed up there when the fellow was stabbed inside the cabin. And only found its way to that one particular spot on the skylight? Sure, and that would be very convenient. It could happen. And let's keep in mind that the skylight catch can only be unfastened from the roof deck. I myself wouldn't have been able to open it now, would I? As it happens, only the girl knows that it could open at all, so but there's no way to know for certain, is there? If the gent really fell through the skylight, I mean. Why don't you have a good look at the floor of the cabin between the two seats, Mr. First? It is all too plain, if you see. There's the aftermath that shows the poor fellow dropped from a fair height right there, so it is. What? No. But it can't be. It's all... What? Oh. My fellow jury members. Oh, I thought it was Von Karma. Holy shit. I think we can all agree that this is clear proof of the defendant's innocence, can't we? I believe we can. Yes, sir. It's clear to me now where the filthy rubbish can be found in this courtroom. So they thought they could pull the wool over my eyes, did they? I won't tolerate any of the guild's carriages being sullied with blood. I won't tolerate it! Oh, I always knew that nice gentleman who gave us that delightful park couldn't have done such a thing. Yeah, okay. On 3 then, everyone. 1, 2, 3.
Objection!
Daddy's home. A chilling performance, Mr. McGilded. Mr. McGriddle. Oh, and what would you be referring to there now, Lord Van Zykes? A bloodstain on the frame of the skylight. Such evidence is null and void. What? Why? Decoy omnibus. For one extremely simple reason. That's not the real one. That smear of blood never existed.
Objection!
What are you talking about? It's there for all to see, and it's clearly blood. I personally attended Scotland Yard's investigation of the omnibus. The officers involved went over the carriage with a fine-tooth comb. So I can state with absolute surety, no such smear of blood existed in the carriage. At least, not until this trial began. But... Are you suggesting, Lord Van Zykes, that this stain of blood was fabricated, my lord? Yes, and while this court has been in session. What? What a palaver. I must say I didn't expect such crude reasoning from a prosecutor of your standing, Lord Van Zykes. But I'm Magnus McGilded, a fellow known all over the capital for his fine contributions to public life. I don't take kindly to slander, and I'll fight it to the bitter end. Even if it's rolling off the tongue of the Reaper of the Bailey. Mr. McGilded, I realize this is your first appearance in court as the accused. However, I'm well aware of your involvement behind the scenes in a great many affairs of dubious nature. You're very adept when it comes to avoiding getting your own hands dirty. And each time it happens that a case you're involved in is investigated, you adapt to the facts. Adapt the facts? What does that even mean? When you wield a fortune the size of Mr. McGilded... Why can't I say his name now? I'm getting really tired. Mr. McGilded's. However ill-gotten it may be, nothing is impossible. Tampering with evidence, manipulating the scene of a crime, bribing witnesses. I toast your ability to concoct the most convenient of stories, sir. Tut-tut, Lord Van Zykes. This will not do, to be sure. Will it now, counsel? Oh, no! Objection! Yeah, I can do that, can't I? I think it's fair to say, this does all sound like a rather far-fetched excuse by a desperate man. The blood on the skylight didn't exist, you say. Can you prove that? But, if you will cast your minds back, is it not true that the omnibus there has been in the courtroom the entire time? How could anyone possibly have put a smear of blood in it without the world and his wife seeing? Isn't that right now, counsel? It's true. The omnibus has been in full view the entire time that the court has been in session, just like the table where that girl shot Wilson was in full view the entire time when you were framed for it. My learned friend. My learned friend. Think! Here's to hearing your opinion on this matter. In your own words. You, Mari? As you wish. Could someone have tampered with the omnibus during this trial? If you're asking me, I think it could have been possible. As a defense lawyer, it's my job to advocate for the defendant as best as I can. But still, I feel as though something's even more important at stake here. There is no evidence to suggest that the defendant did as my learned friend suggests. However, in terms of having the opportunity to carry out the alleged tampering, there is one possibility. Oh? Good gracious. Explain yourself, counsel. Yes, there is. It seems my Lord Inipi's friend has no intention of running from this deceit. Deceit? I'm sure everyone still remembers clearly. The recess that we were forced to take. As a result of the smoke grenade fired by the witness currently in the stand, Miss Gina Lestrade. What is going on? Be careful, Mr. Naruhodo. Cover your face. Bailiff, don't let the accused escape. Secure the omnibus. And then he goes over and starts tampering with the evidence to make the trial more interesting. Big danganronpa. I hereby call emergency recess. Bailiff, ensure the defendant is in custody and clear the courtroom. The court was filled with smoke and everyone was thrown into confusion. Fucking Akechi. No, what was his name? It was Akechi. It was Akechi, right? All of us were made to leave this chamber. Barracuda! Barracuda! And in that brief interval, under the veil of smoke and in all the chaos, it could have been possible to steal inside the omnibus. Are you wise? What are you trying to pull, ye? You rotten, feckless gouger? Feckless is a good word. Feckless gouger. Yeah, feckless gouger. You're supposed to be defending me. 'Tis a wicked plot. 'Tis a plot to undermine me, so it is. Whatever you think this is, it changes nothing. The facts are the same. After this courtroom was evacuated earlier as a result of the smoke grenade, a number of inconsistencies materialized in relation to the omnibus. Inconsistencies? Such as? To start with, the storage compartment underneath the rear passenger seat. When the police investigated the omnibus, this compartment was full of the driver's items. Okay, so how was she hiding in there if it was still full of the driver's items then? Was she never in there? Was it all a bit? If it was all a bit, why did she... She stuck to the what she heard story so hard to get us so we could conclude that someone fell from the skylight? I guess they planted blood up here too then. Holy shit. Secondly, we have the smear of blood on the edge of the skylight. How did you get blood in here? As I've said, that was not present at the start of the trial this morning. Unfortunately, Lord Van Zykes, no one is able to corroborate your claims. That's true. When the omnibus was first wheeled out, both the storage compartment and the skylight were shut. We saw it though. Accordingly, I'm afraid to say, we cannot establish with any certainty if this evidence is the result of tampering or not. Indeed, my lord. No doubt there was not a single person who saw fit to verify such things. We did! What do you think? Sorry? About the omnibus. Is there anything else unusual about the omnibus? I have no idea. Was there blood on the floor? My lord. Yes, counsel. There is one further inconsistency. A mark that surely could not have been present at the start of the trial. What? What in the devil's name are you going to say now? If you dare betray me, you little maggot, you better start watching your back.
Objection!
Silence, McGilded. The court awaits the defense's clarification. Grrr. This trial keeps swinging one way and then the other. I have no idea what's the truth and what's deception. What am I supposed to believe here? I shall have to ask you to elaborate, counsel. Where exactly is the alleged mark that you claim appeared at some point during the trial? Okay, so it's either this blood was not on the floor. I don't remember the blood being on the floor. I feel like I would have seen the blood. Or it could be that there's like some sort of like smoke mark from the smoke grenade going off. No, I didn't see the blood on the floor. I trust my past self. I'm not that old. My memory's not that bad. It's gotta be this, and here, let's prove it.
Got it!
If we consider the victim fell through the skylight onto the floor of the cabin, you would certainly expect to find signs of blood where he landed. But as far as I recall, this bloodstain on the cabin floor was not there when the omnibus was first brought into the courtroom. Yay! Good lord. Not senile yet. Yes, I do believe you're correct, counsel. Well said. Although, as advocate for the defense, one might say that was a very careless slip of the tongue. I believe that bloodstain on the floor is a decisive piece of evidence. But if the question is whether that evidence is genuine, or whether it was unlawfully fabricated by someone, I feel compelled to admit that there's at least a possibility that the evidence is fake. This trial is over. I wonder if you're right to call that out. Maybe it could be a mistrial if it was coming to fabrication. Okay, so this is a really difficult thing that I actually grapple with, being a lawyer myself, is the idea that you would think that it is always the most ethical thing to be honest, and that you should just always follow the truth no matter what, and that's what you should go for. However, there's this whole other argument that people that people don't realize when it comes to being a lawyer, especially a defense lawyer and also a prosecutor, is that really, you're not supposed to be emotionally invested whatsoever. People do, because people can't help themselves get emotionally invested. The whole point of the system is that you have a representative that does absolutely everything that they possibly can to make it so you get the absolute strongest defense. So if it does fall apart and you are found guilty, that you know for sure that they did it. And on the other side, you have someone who is that they're advocating for the victim of the crime or whatever, that is doing their absolute best to prosecute and do their best to be because if there is justice to be found there, they have to find it. So it's like on the one hand, there's something really noble and ethical about that too, that you have the arguments have to be put forth the best they possibly can on both sides. However, that said, if you strip away that and someone is a murderer, surely it doesn't matter. If the defense lawyer is just amazing at their job and the prosecutor is really, really shit, and that means a murderer goes free because the system failed, that has to be some sort of moral failing on what just happened, right? Going for the truth and honesty has to be it. But I don't know, man. I feel like it's one of those perfect world things. In a perfect world, you wouldn't have to worry about it because whoever argued the best would probably be the one that was right. But yeah, that's how it is. I think that it's probably better overall to have the system where two entities fight as hard as they possibly can in order to get the defense or the prosecutor, and it's not going to be a 100% hit rate, but if everyone just got their emotions involved in it all the time, and chase truth, even because the truth could be subjective, sadly, and chase truth, I think it would probably end up with more false positives and more false negatives. But I don't know. I have no idea. To me, if you were a defense attorney, I don't know if this is the case, by the way. If you were a defense attorney and you were defending someone who is a murderer, and you're talking in a room beforehand before you go into court, and the murderer says to you, "By the way, I just want you to know I did it. I don't want to plead guilty though. I'm pleading not guilty, but I just want you to know between me and you, I did do it. Absolutely." Like, I think that in a good world, the defense lawyer would probably be like, okay, well, fuck you then, you're going to jail. But I don't know how that would work exactly. Maybe it does? I have no idea. Maybe he'd just be like, hey, fingers in ears, la la la, I didn't hear that. I don't know. There's also the problem when it comes to this. When I was a lot younger, I was a strong supporter of the death penalty. I thought the death penalty was good. And one of the things I had to get over when it came to viewing the death penalty, we're not going to have the death penalty conversation, by the way, is that even if the problem with the death penalty is that you can never prove it enough to a high enough standard in order to warrant it. I also don't think that the government should be in the business of executing their own people, their own populace, but never mind that for now. It's another argument. I don't think that there's ever like a level of evidence that you could prove it to. Even back then, even when I was a teenager and I had like, the death penalty might be appropriate in certain cases. Even then I was like, but you can't prove it. But then I was like, but if you could prove it, would it be fine? Like, what if the person confessed? And then it took me a lot longer than it should have. Like, instead of it being like hours or days, it took like weeks or months for me to come to the conclusion. Yeah, but just because someone's admitting to it doesn't actually mean that they did it. Like, they might be confused, or they might have been put up to it. You know what I mean? Like, even then, even with the person saying, "Hey, I did it," even that isn't enough of a standard of evidence in order to justify using the death penalty. You know what I mean? Yeah. So I don't know. Even if someone did confess to the murder, maybe they should still get the best representation possible, because maybe they're confused. Maybe they think that they did it, but they didn't. Right? Yeah, I guess so. Don't poll it. What the fuck are you doing? Thank you very much, Cogitios for the 5 months. Hi Joe, I'm finally back from a horrible ear infection. Hope you're having. I had some of an ear infection recently too. It was fucking terrible. I hate it. I keep worrying that it's gonna come back. Hope you're having fun with the Great Ace Attorney. By the way, I'm sure I'm not the first to say this, but the first season of Rose Gun Days dropped on Steam last week. Have a good stream. Yeah, I heard. Yeah, thank you for telling me, just in case someone else hadn't. Yeah. I think I'd rather... Rose Gun Days is one of the things that Ryukishi wrote, the Umineko person. So I think I'd like to know the whole thing is translated before I ever read it. But yeah, it's interesting that it is getting translation. That's good. And thank you to Skelton for the 3 months also. Thank you very much. I said thank you to Elorem, didn't I? Razzle Basil, then last Isis. Just in case I didn't say thank you to Elorem, thank you very much to 13 months. I think I did, but it was 35 minutes ago. Maybe I didn't. Wow, most of chat agrees with the death penalty? Because Van Seeks is slaying? Holy shit. This trial is over. Mr. McGilded? Mr. McGriddle? I've done everything I possibly can to cooperate with the court, but it is all over now. But you're the defendant. It is over, I tell you. Memory, recollection, what people think they saw. It is all nonsense. Facts are what counts, and the fact is that bloodstain is there, now. Ah, well... And over the course of this desperate trial, long and extremely drawn out as it has been, that good-for-nothing Reaper of the Bailey has failed to present any decisive evidence at all. Okay. Zeke, are you gonna, take some accountability for bringing such important evidence into the courtroom so that this would have... How did you know? How did you know that it was gonna be there, that you could do something like that? I'm scandalized, so I am. I thought better of Lord Van Zykes. Well, my lord? I must concur with the defendant. The unaffirmed recollections of an individual cannot stand as evidence. At this moment in time, the particular bloodstain in question is very much in existence. and in the absence of any credible method by which to prove its alleged previous non-existence. I regret to say that it would be improper for this trial to continue. Wait, what? Your lordship can't be serious. Lord Van Zykes, what is your position? The prosecution, my lord. The Scotland Yard doesn't have like a record of what they found. You can't get the inspector in here to be like, yeah, there was definitely no, like maybe they missed the blood on the skylight, but the blood on the floor and the shit that's in the cubby? Come on. The prosecution, my lord, has no further witnesses or evidence to present. Oh. Very well. In that case, I believe we have explored every possible avenue in this matter. I shall proceed to my adjudication. As a formality, I am of course obliged to confirm with the defense first. Oh, the jury could still find him guilty though. What formality? As things stand at the moment, it would seem that Mr. McGilded will be found not guilty. Yes, which would mean we've won. Is that really the right outcome here? Is it really alright for the trial to come to an end now with all these unexplained inconsistencies? Counsel for the defense, your closing statement, please. Wubba lubba. Yes, my lord. The defense believes the defendant could be guilty. I'm here in this courtroom today to advocate for the defense of my client, Mr. McGilded. However, at this moment in time, I cannot in all good conscience attest fully to the defendant's innocence. What are you saying, man? Without any question, there is no conclusive evidence to prove that the defendant is guilty. However, there is also no conclusive evidence to prove that he is innocent. Good gracious me! Order! This is unprecedented behavior, counsel. A defense lawyer calling the accursed innocence into question. Are you a sound mind? I'm not even a lawyer. Oh, it was a grand decision to appoint you as my lawyer, so it was a grand decision. What? I must say, I didn't expect quite such an exciting spectacle at the end there, but still. Here, have this for your troubles. Wait, what? Ah! Your job here is done, fella, and some fine work you've done, so you have. What do you mean? It is just as the right honorable gentleman so succinctly put it afore. Phoenix is here? The trial can't go on anymore. And your closing statement there was, how did he put it now? Nothing more than a formality. Okay, but the jury can still find you guilty, bro. Uh-oh. Wah-ha-ha-ha-ha. Wah-ha-ha-ha-ha. I really don't know what to make of all this. Was the evidence we've seen genuine, or was it fake? His lordship would be fuming. Any unsightly rubbish should be disposed of promptly, as I said. The stinking rich are always guilty of something. Mark my words. I feel terribly ashamed that I ever doubted that lovely man who gave us the lovely park. Oh, so they're not going to do... Okay, shit, we're fucked. Now that proceedings have unfolded in this way, I'm compelled to declare a premature end to this trial. Furthermore, the court must accept the defendant's plea. So, no confetti? The rare, serious, and somber confetti court? I thank you kindly, my lord. I hereby pronounce the verdict of this court.
Objection!
But we still haven't determined if the bloodstain in the omnibus is genuine or not. We don't know if these witnesses are telling the truth or not, or a pack of lies. We have no idea about the truth. Lord Van Zykes. My lord. The case by the prosecution was flawed, plain and simple. If indeed the omnibus presented as evidence was tampered with, the prosecution is at fault for allowing such a disgraceful perversion of justice to take place. What? What are you talking about? It's your court. Why didn't you have better fucking, like, the fucking security and shit? Some fucking, like, a 15-year-old girl dropped a smoke bomb and suddenly the whole trial's fucked? What are you talking about? It's not Daddy's fault. Fuck up. My sincerest apologies, my lord. But wait. When we were evacuated from the courtroom, Lord Van Zieks ordered the evidence to be secured. I'm afraid the prosecution cannot show responsibility in this matter. That's so unfair. The culpability of the defendant has not, at the present time, been established by this court. Consequently, the jury will not be required to offer judgment. What? Well, Lord Van Zieks, it's been a pleasure, so it has. And as for you, my dear fella, I couldn't have asked for a better defense. Do you mean to tell me this has all been a grand waste of time? It is the law of the land, my good man. The law of the land. If you'd like to pursue this matter further, you can always go ahead and try and change the law. Change the law? Magnus McGilded. Good grief, you've more to say to me, have you? Just one thing. A warning. I'll fucking kill you. This is far from over. Well, something to be looking forward to then. Wah ha 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 ha. I hereby pronounce the defendant, Mr. Magnus McGilded, not guilty. Yeah, it's still confetti court. Yay, fireworks confetti court. Yay. Oh. It's an outrage. You should examine the evidence more. What are you talking about? The man's been cleared. He's innocent. The courtroom in pandemonium for the second time that day. The judge delivered his verdict. Pandemonium. Thank you, Bane posted 2,000 for the 19 months. Hey Joe, thank you for finishing Pathologic because my Zoomer brain couldn't get through it on my own. I'm very excited for Patho 2 and 3 streams. Are you gonna play those ones or those ones you can't stomach either? I'm excited for Patho 2. Not sure about Patho 3. It will be nice to be Bachelor again though, yeah. Thank you, Bane Poster, and thank you, Siggy Fido for the 13 months. With Herlock hanging out with Joms apparently. And my first ever trial in Great Britain came to an abrupt end. Your only trial, bud, with the defendant being found not guilty. Ostensibly a victory for us. Oh, we did win, yeah, okay. Considering this is a duology, I feel like a lot of these cases are set up for the second one. Was it always designed and planned to be 2 games? Because if that's the case, a lot of the cases, all these cases might be part 1 of a part 2 counterpart. In the well, the first one, Wilson, yeah. Second one, probably not. I don't think the ballerina is ever going to come back. 18th of February, 5:14 p.m. The Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. That was certainly a long trial. Yes, it was. I think it was shorter than the tutorial trial, Susie. Your first ever trial on foreign soil and your first victory. It was a wonderful performance. It was meant to be one big game, but it was just too long. Ah, okay. My heartfelt congratulations. And to you too, Miss Susie. Thank you for your assistance. Susato. I suppose we should be happy. The trouble is, we're still completely in the dark about what actually happened. No, we're not. We're not, though. We're not. We know what happens. Come on. Big Mac, what are we doing? Well, we didn't have enough time. But isn't it wrong? I mean, who was actually responsible for Mr. Mason's death? We don't even know that. The sole aim of the defense is to obtain a verdict that exonerates the defendant. You carried out your duty to perfection. Aye, that you did. Who's us? Mr. McGilded. And that girl's with him too. Well, it seems the stories are true. Oh, what stories? about the 6 enormous fireworks they do be letting off if there's a verdict of not guilty. I'm sure you must have seen them now. Spectacular, wouldn't you say? Yes, definitely. I heard it was a sight to behold, and to be sure it was. And I viewed a tank, I suppose, for having an opportunity to see it. Wahahaha. Oh, I don't know about that. I'm not sure I really did anything. What on earth you saying, fella? How did I walk out of there a free man then? I don't think it was so much thanks to me as down to your planning. You're a straight-talking fella, aren't you? I must say, you had me astray in the head there once or twice. But you're young and headstrong. Wahahaha. 'Tis water under the bridge. Oh, that's good. I'm glad that we can be friends now. Congratulations, Mr. McGilded, on having your name cleared. But nothing's resolved. There's only one thing that matters to me. Money. They've all seen that I didn't do that odious and abstinent deed. 'Tis grand, is it not? I suppose it is. Now the fine fellows of Scotland Yard can take matters in hand and sort out any wee details. They'll see it for what it is. They'll get to the truth. I've absolute faith in them, so I have. After all, I do be providing a good number of their wages with all the taxes I pay. Oh, wahahaha. It's not that funny. It's a bit funny. So then, as we agreed beforehand, 1,000 guineas for your troubles, fella. Oh, no, I couldn't possibly accept that much. Ara be weist? You're a humble people, are ye? You from the east. Fuck, it's hard to read right now. Well, if you insist. But have this. Still in all, you deserve a reward. Mr. Magnus McGilded. Everything is ready, sir. If you'd like to follow me into the courtroom. Into the courtroom? What's this, officer? It's sooner than I was led to believe. I hope it's not inconvenient, sir. There were some changes to the schedule. Well, I must be making tracks now. It's time for the inspection. Sorry, what inspection? They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for it myself. They're going to examine it again? Now? Naturally, I'm under no obligation to take part in any more of this matter now. But as an upstanding member of London society, I do be doing my best to help where I can. There's a gentleman's duty, so it is. So then, fare thee well. It was an absolute pleasure meeting yous. Hope you have a whale of a time while you're studying here in Great Britain. And there he goes, a free man. The free man. Oh, I forgot she was here too. Don't move! Or as I want to say, get a move on. She really does take forever to load that thing. Miss Lestrade, would you mind putting that thing down? You're a grown-up. Sorry. And I ate all grown-ups. Ah, there you are. Oh, for fuck's sake. Naughty, running off like that. Is this some kind of picnic? Who's this little girl now? And taking that with you as well. I was looking forward to the trial run of my experimental smoke grenade launcher. Oh, do you want to play? You won't beat me. Grr. Excuse me, but who are you? Oh, good day to you. I'm, well, the inventor, I suppose, of that machine. The inventor? Well, normal smoke grenades are so dull, don't you agree? White, and more white. If you have to be shrouded in smoke, it could at least be a pretty color, I thought to myself. Do we have to be shrouded in smoke, though, at all? I just took my eyes off it for a moment whilst I was changing it onto a different omnibus, and she pinched it. Luckily, I fitted it with a telegraphic beacon. A what's it now? A what's it what? I have no idea what this girl is talking about. Anyway, you're coming with me now, back to my laboratory. What? What for? To apologize, of course, silly, to my technician. What? You mean, say sorry? You must say sorry when you've done something wrong. Surely an adult has told you that before. An adult? Hump. I don't listen to no adults. Come along then, follow me. Fine, have it your way. Oh good, you see, I knew you'd want to do the right thing in the end. Fairly sure that's what she wants. I'm fairly sure that what she wants is to not get shot by that massive gun of yours. It probably just shoots slick smoke grenades or whatever. We'll be leaving now then, bye-bye. I'm so sorry for all the fuss. She was a lively one. Well, hate whatever that was. Well, do you think perhaps we ought to be on our way now too? Yes, you're right. But where to? Oh. We haven't had time to find a place to stay. No sooner had we arrived in London than we had to rush here. All of our traveling cases are still with the bailiff. I was originally planning to spend today in search of lodgings. But at this late hour in the day, I'm afraid we may be out of luck. Don't worry though, I have a plan. If the worst comes to worst, I've heard of a lovely park where we could spend the night. Please tell me you're not thinking of McGilded Park. I know it would be a little chilly at this time of year, but our youthfulness will see us through. I'm not so sure about that. I think a midwinter London night will freeze a young person solid just as easily as an elderly one. Oh dear, that doesn't sound agreeable. Aww, now I'm starting to regret turning Mr. McGilded down. That 1,000 guineas would have paid for a lovely warm room or mansion. And so, the trial to determine my worthiness for the study tour was over by the end of our first day in London. However, as we were soon to learn, there were more trying times ahead. Just as the Reaper of the Bailey had warned, the case was far from over.
What's going on?
Get the fire brigade! Water! Bring water, quick! What the? How did this happen?
I don't know, sir. By the time I got here, it was already engulfed.
No one was supposed to be allowed in here before we started investigating. No. Oh, good God. There's someone in there.
Man, how did Von Zief let this happen?
Oh, this can't be.
Huh. I wonder who's dead. Is this trial gonna be now who killed the guy in there, or is this just like someone else? The Adventure of the Clouded Kokoro. Oh, this is a Herlock one, because Herlock is on the save file, whereas Ryu is on this one. Okay, so I'm guessing it's not going to be about the omnibus then. So did Zeke put or Zyke, whatever his name is, did Zyke kill him? That would be interesting. All right. So I feel like that was a pretty good trial. I feel like the mystery was actually fairly mundane for this series. it stands out to me as just being like with all the wackiness and the craziness that it did, it seemed to be very much just an exercise in looking at evidence and actually like responding to the testimony of the characters instead of trying to figure out what crazy absurd fucking horseshit went down here for someone to die. You know what I mean? And I like that. I don't think I would like that every time. I think I would. I like the wacky bullshit that can happen in this series. But it was like really, it was really contained. It was like a bottle trial. I'm actually really liking that there wasn't any crime scene investigation and this long, boring introduction to all the characters that you have to talk to, and then meet them a second time when you get to the case. I hope that they continue because so far continue with that trend because so far they split it out. So far, like the second case was just all investigation and you figured out who it was without having to go to trial, and then the other trials have been no investigating shit and everything like that, and it's just been like do the trial and just do that part. So I quite like that. It's been good so far. If they do go back to the old format, I hope they do it sparingly, and I hope that they do it with a really good reason and it's implemented well. Because having to do a huge fucking crime scene investigation, meeting of all the witnesses, and then doing a trial afterwards is going to be a lot of work, and a lot of pacing pitfalls will be present. Yeah, but I really liked how much back and forth there was in that trial of being like, oh. It must have been someone else, and we're defending someone that was innocent. Oh no, actually it turns out that he's kind of sus and he must have done something. It's like, hold on, something's going on here. Oh, it wasn't him, and then oh, it was him, and then it just kept going back and forth, and then the introduction of Von Karma 2.0 was interesting too. But I feel like he has a bit less character than Von Karma and Von Karma. Oh, he's Von Karma 3 pretty much, right? I think he is a bit he's less flamboyant, but yeah. But that was pretty good. I crashed out so hard at the part where you press the statement twice, so congrats on lucking through. I just luckily just remembered that happened, and I couldn't see any way to present evidence. There was like no statement there that had any link to any evidence that like even if one of them could counter it, there was nothing there. So it was just like, okay, I guess we have to do this then. Yeah, extremely lucky that I remembered. If they had put any red herrings there that there were links that you could have presented evidence, then I would have been pretty fucking salty. Yeah. Oh, excuse me. How did you like the smoked omnibus shenanigans? The scene at the end there, I have no idea where it's going. If this is the last we hear about it, and that was Zeke killing McGilded, then that would be interesting. That he's like weeb Great Britain Batman. So that'd be good. I played Path 2 and 3 multiple times and I loved them. Playing Path 2 during peak pandemic was a once in a lifetime experience. Oh, cool! I'm glad that you liked them. Maybe you'll enjoy the playthrough and it's like a first playthrough vicariously through the streamer sort of thing. It's one of those games. Yep. Anyway, I am like falling asleep, so thank you for bearing with me as I was sleepily reading this today. Hopefully it was somewhat entertaining. I'm gonna raid someone. Is there anyone to raid? And then I'm gonna go take Gatsby out, and I don't even know how I'm gonna have dinner. I might just go to sleep. Oh, is Patho next week? Patho 2 might be next week. We'll see. We might start it on Saturday. We might start on Tuesday. The first stream of Patho 2 is going to be on a Tuesday, and then we'll go over to Saturday streams. Slay Aspire 2 streamer Jorbs? No for the community is live. Shempai and Point Crow are live from our previous targets. Raid Grubby? I don't know who Grubby is. We can go Shempai, I guess. Anyway, I'll be back tomorrow with more of this. Tomorrow is Wednesday, right? At the rate that are we gonna finish this game this week? It feels like we might. Unless, like, is the length, like, backloaded? Like, does the... Usually Weeb games don't have a butt. No way. What do you mean, no way? There's only 2 episodes left. We're already on episode 4 of 5. No? Okay. All right. Fair enough. I did ask. Okay. Anyway, send it right through. See you tomorrow, everyone. Hope you have a good rest of your night. And see you to anyone who stuck around or was watching on the VOD or didn't go for the raid. Have a good night.